Hello, everybody, and welcome into my latest live broadcast. It is Friday, April the 9th, 2021, and joining me is, Hey, Mitch, are you still in the basement?
Yes, let me hit the elevator. Going up, sound effects. Here I am.
Wow, worst dad joke. Hey, buddy.
Yeah, it's Friday.
Oh, looks like you got a friend there with you.
Yeah.
You're making friends with the animals?
Nutty the squirrel. All right.
Nutty?
There you go.
Guess he's a boy. Yeah. Well, he'll just go up there. Yeah. How's everybody doing today? Look at this. Look, we're already kicked off contributions before we even got started here. Jesse Kirk, hey, thank you, Jesse, contributes $20. He goes, for my two favorite uncles, Uncle Carey and Uncle Mitch. How was that motorcycle ride, Mitch? Also want to mention that tribute to our dear friend Dave Murray was amazing. Thank you to SupramanG for creating that video. Absolutely, yes, I agree. SupramanG did a great job on that. The link to the tribute to Dave Murray is in the notes of this video as well. You went to Vegas on the motorcycle?
Yeah,
first time?
My first long trip, and
went all by yourself?
All by myself, and my lumbago wasn't acting up too much, and
Is that some kind of an RV?
So again, I went from here to Wickenburg.
Step a little more this way.
Here to Wickenburg and had lunch. That was about 2 hours, and then Wickenburg on into Vegas was 3.5, and the weather was so nice. I
get to Vegas in 4.5 hours. Why does it take you 5.5?
I had a motorcycle jacket on, but I decided not to wear gloves, and I got
tan hands.
I mean, it's gone down some, but when I got off that bike, it was.
I'll trade places. It was trying to find a good place.
It was terrible. It was terrible, but it's fun staying at the Stratosphere and coming home, and it prepares me if I want to do this summer, ride the Pacific Coast Highway all the way up to Portland and Seattle and Vancouver. But I don't know. I'm an old man. It's just I look young. And so I don't know whether that's an awful long ride.
When he says he looks young, he means younger than his age.
Right.
Not just in general.
Yeah. But it was fun. It was fun to do once, and now the weather's getting too ridiculous to do it until the fall, October. But I kind of liked it going along. So it was fun. A lot of people, what kind of bike was that?
Stand a little bit away. The squirrel's blocking you.
Oh. Nutty, behave yourself. So what? So a lot of people were saying, "What kind of bike is it?" and yada yada, and the cool machine, and so it was fun.
We've been dealing with these issues with the squirrels for some time now, and I want you to know they've been randomly appearing throughout my video. There goes another one. I don't know what's going on with this guy. He's gonna get up on the case now. He's just jamming out.
And just so you know, chat, the guy last week was my identical twin brother, and Carey didn't even notice. So yeah, that wasn't me.
I kind of liked him a little bit. Is he available?
That wasn't me not wearing the glasses or the Toto shirt. So
we're being taunted.
I just wanted to let you know. So, he's doing a twist. Okay. All right. Very nice.
I'm not sure what's going on over there. Some weird squirrel effects. Tony Wallow contributes $99.99.
Man.
What is this guy doing now? Yeah. Are you kidding me?
What is that? The swim? So
he's just vanished off of nowhere.
Yeah.
Is he done?
Yeah.
What is this guy doing?
He's happy. It's Friday.
I think he's just like squirreling. That's what I think's happening.
Bye-bye.
All right. So anyway, Tony Wallow with $99.99. Very generous.
Yes.
Thank you, Tony. Then a few more have come in here. Let's see. Rick Rubicet contributes €5. He says, "Here you go, 2 Cokes for 2 great people. I love the great content you provide and also the great builds that you show to us. Keep up the good work." Hey, Rick, thank you. David DeWitt with $5 says, "Here's a little something to keep the channel ad-free." Well, it does have ads, but, not necessarily sponsors. Sometimes. Tom Jackson with $7.77. Speaking of Vegas, lucky sevens.
Yep.
Here's to the Mitchin Squirrel.
Yep.
And Thomas Backenstow contributes $10. He goes, sent in PayPal, but here is $1. Very nice, Thomas. I think Thomas should be getting his computer Is it due to arrive today, Thomas?
Yeah, Thomas, I would check. I mean, I'm thinking today.
I hope so.
Yeah.
If not, it'll be very soon.
Soon. You ship the FedEx, right?
I always ship FedEx ground, but this went to Pennsylvania from Arizona. It's a good 5-day road trip. Yeah. But man, what a great computer that turned out to be. I mean, not that
that's because. What do you mean? We built. Oh yeah. Yeah. Short-term memory.
Oh, no, if everything's good, I take credit for it. If it's bad, then I say we.
Oh, okay.
That's how that. He says, I wish it's due to arrive Monday. I would just double check that tracking info, see if it got updated any sooner. Sometimes they do that. Yeah. Hey guys, thanks again for
tuning in on this Friday, and boy, have we got a build for you today.
Yeah, tell them about it.
Yeah. What do I know? Oh, mini helicopter. Ooh,
attack helicopter.
Attack helicopter. Can we spin it? So then, how much bigger was the?
I did have them in a previous video.
Side by side.
Yeah, you got it
on that. So yeah, I don't really consider this mini, but compared to the other one,
it'd be more accurate to call it. It's a micro ATX case.
Yeah.
So technically, it's a micro, not a mini. You would think mini would be first and then micro, but no, it's ATX, micro ATX, and mini ITX as we go down in size.
And unlike the barbecue, this is real glass, real tempered glass here.
Almost need something metal.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah. Yeah. That's real tempered glass there.
Yeah. Don't keep hitting it. You really get it tempered.
Yeah. Yeah,
it'll really.
And we're really gonna RGB this up.
Well, I'll tell you what. We've got the G.SKILL Trident Z RAM in there, and all the parts for today's build are painstakingly detailed in the video notes. So those people like, what is this and what is that? Look in the video notes. I want to thank the folks over at Silverstone. They sent me this 240 millimeter RGB cooler, and what's unique about this cooler is it claims to work with all CPUs, including TR4 Threadripper and TRX4. They're claiming it's universal for all AMD, all Intel CPUs currently on the market and recently on the market that may not be on the market anymore, like the first generation Threadripper. That's a hell of a claim because a lot of Threadripper coolers are specifically Threadripper only, and a lot of AM4 / Intel coolers don't cover Threadripper's chip entirely, although they, I guess, would do some cooling. Wouldn't be the best alternative to, a cooler specifically designed for a chip that's that freaking big. So I'm not going to test it on Threadripper. I don't really care. I've got a great solution on Thready that's working, and we'll leave it alone. But that's what we'll be using today from Silverstone. And the board we've previously prepped is a GIGABYTE Z390M gaming utilizing 2 sticks, 16 gigs each of the TridentZRoyal Z RAM for 32 gigs total. CPU is what, a 9900K from Intel with built-in video.
Oh yes.
And we'll be not putting a video card in this today, but it is really intended to be a gaming machine. But with the video card shortages, the build doesn't change. Basically, you just slap whatever video card you can afford into it.
And we've got a very nice Samsung 970 EVO Plus 2 terabyte for our storage.
Yes, I went high end on everything here, and the Thermaltake Smart Series power supply, which has some RGB on it. It's not. I don't believe this one's modular. It's a 5-year warranty, and I'm starting to think all of the Thermaltake power supplies are 5-year warranty. 750 watts will cover whatever video card we want to put in it. But in the meantime, just to get it built and get it running, it already has Windows installed and activated. Well, it better. So we should be able to just mount this into the case, wire it up, throw the cooler in there, throw the power supply in it.
Okay.
We should have
So are we coming through, chat? Let us know, sound-wise. Carey's always a little more voluminous. That's a big word. Voluminous than
How dare you!
Than me. But let's hope you can hear the both of us.
Am I missing anything in the chat? Can you see that from
5
that
by
far?
5. I can now with my glasses. I couldn't.
You got your glasses?
I couldn't. My twin last week could not with his contact lenses, but with these, because it's progressive, I can see.
You're a progressive guy. You listen to Pink Floyd, don't you? Progressive rock.
Alan Parsons, yeah.
Yes.
He's my man.
No, the band is yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got your glasses?
I got my glasses and
your shoes.
And I hope with what's going on in the world, chat, that everybody is practicing safe 6. Big. That's pretty good.
6?
Yeah, 6 feet apart.
No.
Because as Carey knows, I've already had my 2 shots of whiskey right before we went live. So I'm pumped and ready to go.
I wonder, should we do shots during today's build?
No.
I've got some Fireball.
I'm strictly a beer man. No.
Oh, you're a beer man? I'm not that thirsty. I need to get there quicker.
Yeah.
I need spirits.
That's right.
I'm a very spiritual guy.
Yeah.
Terry Race contributes $5. Hey, thank you, Terry. And Richard S. with $2.
Everybody says it sounds good. Good. All right.
Live Windows training, Doug Betts. Let me tell you about Doug Betts. If you click on his name there in the chat room, it should take you to his YouTube channel. Sometimes people reach out to me and they want to ask me questions about a problem they're having, and I don't have time to really delve in. I'm like, look, send the computer to me, I'll make a video out of it. But here's the thing, this guy, Doug Betts, has been in the business, I think, as long as I have.
Okay.
He's got a lot of experience, and he's starting his YouTube channel, and he's got a very small audience right now. And what he's doing is he says, look, I've been doing this for a living, I want to change my business model. What I'd like to do is offer to help anybody on the internet that's willing to join me with your webcam, and I'll connect to you remotely and record the session, and I'll blur out any private information. And then the viewers can watch the interaction, what the customer's describing, how he interprets it, how he explains things back to the customer, and then watch what he's doing with the customer's computer, how they connect. Sometimes he doesn't get a problem resolved right away. Sometimes he says, you know, we're going to have to do a little more research on this. We'll come back and revisit it. And so if you're having a computer problem or a technical issue, please reach out to Doug Betts, because he is asking you to do that, and I'm asking you not to do it, okay? Because there's too many of you, and I can't help all of you. However, if you want to send your computer in for repair, and you're in the United States, to reach out to me. If you're looking for just technical support, reach out to Doug. I think Doug, you're okay with that, Doug, I'm guessing? Yeah? And you know, if you join Doug's channel now, you can say, I remember when I joined that channel and he had, you know, his channel was this big.
Somebody says, not liquor shots, drone shots.
Drone shots. But I always want to mention, I want to offload those technical support requests, but I don't want to just tell people no. I'd like to provide them another place to go. And generally, I recommend techguy.org, which is a free public forum. But it's certainly not as personal, and the support you get is from whoever gives it to you. So if you can talk to Doug, if you have one source of information, there's more consistency with that. So be sure and check it out.
Let me ask you, will this be on sale when we're done? If a viewer within the United States, of course, would like to buy it, or you're like,
At the end of the day, everything is for sale. The problem gets to be is when, right? Sometimes people reach out to me before I've even done cable management, and I may have some other video projects, like that round computer we built.
The barbecue, yeah.
So I've had several inquiries about it, but I'm not done with it yet.
Right.
And then I have some other builds that I'm doing that have no buyers and that will be available. i5s, i7s, i9s. And what I'll do is I'll make those available for people who want to buy them. Everything is going up in price right now. Motherboards have gone up. You better get your RAM. If you're thinking about buying some RAM, you better do it now. I just tweeted out a article from PC World magazine published by Gordon Ma-Ung. And Gordon, he's a great guy. I've known Gordon a long time. And he's basically written an article to that effect. If your RAM prices are trending up, if you go to camel.com, you can look at the prices of items for sale on Amazon, and over the course of time they've been available on Amazon. Sometimes prices stay flat on some items, and sometimes they go like this. And in the case of RAM, it's been trending to get more and more expensive. And I noticed that when I went to buy RAM the other day, it was a lot more money than when I bought it. It was a good $30 more for 16 gigs than I was paying back in the fall. So there's your warning. If you've been putting things off.
I thought I remember it spiking a couple of years ago where
it's done this before.
It was flat and very good value, and then for some reason it was just wham, and I went, I'm not paying that for 16 gigs. I'm
no,
like,
and solid state drives prices were supposed to come down, but they haven't. So NAND production was supposed to go up. I'm not sure what's going on right now, but RAM prices are definitely trending up. I've seen motherboard prices trending up as well. I don't know why. Cooler prices have remained relatively flat though, so that's good. And power supply prices, well, they went up around the pandemic and they never came back down, but that's kind of leveled off at that price range that they're in right now. The days of those $30 or $40 power supplies are far behind us unless you're buying, unknown companies.
Off-brand.
Off-brand, thank you. I'm just looking in the chat here to see. I really feel like this guy's really getting in your way.
Yeah.
Let's just move him down here for now.
Okay. Trying to hog my good looks.
He's trying to squirrel your good
yeah.
looks.
This will be a fast machine. You got to admit, when we get it all together, it's going to be fast. F-A-S-T, fast. Did you make any money at the casino? I don't gamble. I did not even.
You rode a motorcycle to Vegas. I think
that's a big gamble. But in terms of, I did not shove a dime, nickel, penny, or even a quarter into a slot machine. There.
Just glad you added machine at the end of that sentence.
Yeah. So.
It's Vegas. I don't know.
But I stayed at the Strat, which used to be called the Stratosphere, and.
They don't call it the Stratosphere anymore?
No, it's called the Strat.
The Strat.
I had some nice drinks up in the.
I thought you just drank beer.
Up in the tower, I did. Blue Moon is just mine.
Well, you can get Blue Moon anywhere.
Yeah, that's true too. So, and that view is just to die for at night. And
in the daytime, it's good.
Yeah.
Do they charge you to go up there?
They do, even if they used to not when you stayed there, but now it's $5.
Oh, it's only $5.
Yeah.
And they charge you to park?
And it's free parking.
So which a lot of casinos now charge you to park.
Which
they're
is
nickel and dime and everything in Vegas.
And they specifically had a place for motorcycles right kind of next to valet. So there was always kind of a couple of bikes besides mine.
So you're not worried about somebody like knocking them over like dominoes?
No, I felt, yeah.
Or did they stay 6 feet apart?
It was practicing safe six, yeah. And a couple of big hogs, big Harleys, and so, yeah. And somebody in chat, I think I've told you, what I got was a Suzuki 2014.
That's a big difference?
Yeah, 2014 MR109.
Is it called?
Cruiser, yeah.
It's got a name.
Boulevard, yeah.
Boulevard,
yeah.
Look that up.
Yellow, black and yellow.
Yeah, look up the black and yellow Suzuki Boulevard 2014. Yeah. It looks like a
bumblebee.
It looks like somebody took a traditional hog and mixed it with a crotch rocket.
Yeah.
Very, very cool. I've never seen it in person. I've never seen Mitch's house either.
Yeah.
Supposedly he has a motorcycle
and a screening room.
Yeah. Oh, and a screening room. Yeah. Which, for all I know, is his iPhone.
Is a 9-inch TV with rabbit ears. and 2 folding chairs.
Or it's actually a screen with no windows.
Yeah. Actually, in the basement, it's a concrete bunker with a bed sheet and 7 folding chairs.
Jeff Ryman says, here in Vegas, most of us locals won't patronize the casinos that charge for parking. Yeah, no, my dad lived in Henderson, and he's like, he's just avoiding. The only time he went to the Strip is if he had out-of-town visitors.
And it can be as high as $20 a day, to park your car. And
what is it, Chicago?
And I'm like, I'm staying at your hotel. I can see if you were a guest coming, but
yes,
the fact that you're staying.
Yeah, if I'm staying at the hotel parking should be free, and things like the Stratosphere, they should be letting you up that elevator. If you're a guest and they're making money from you at the hotel. They're going to make money at the casino because you're there. They're going to make money at the bar because you're there.
Right.
And to just charge you for the elevator ride up that's just bogus.
Yeah.
Now, was it discounted, or is it just everybody pays $5?
No, it's just for people that are staying there.
So
it's
what
$5.
if you're not staying there, how much?
It's $20, and I won't, and I won't pay that. Yeah, I mean that would
That's
be ridiculous.
stupid. And then when you get up there, they charge you for the rides and stuff, right?
Yeah, yeah. Now the good thing with the $5, because I was staying there, is it's valid for, you can go up as many times as you want in a 24-hour period. So that was nice, because I went up at noon and looked around during the day. I'm like, ooh, this is kind of nice. And then at night, about 10 o'clock, went and had a nice big glass of blue moon. It was very nice. Or two. Never a third.
Did you have any interesting conversations with any interesting? And Vegas is filled with interesting people. If you've ever been there, there's all kinds.
Well, the thing about at the bar too, it was limited to 6 people. I mean, the bar area could hold maybe a dozen, 15, but the bartender said that's not us. That's the mandate. So I
said, do you come here often?
Yeah. So
is that what it was like?
Yeah. So well, and it's a lot of couples all. Googly eyes and romance and
couples in Vegas,
whispering and stuff. And I was a lone wolf.
Well, but you don't know that they've been couples for more than a few minutes. I mean, it's Vegas,
right? Yeah. So
because usually, if you're together with somebody for 20 years, the googly eyes go away.
Yeah.
For most people. I mean, if it doesn't for you, I'm jealous. But
and again, every place it's a world full of addicts because every place I went, people had stiff necks. All looking at their phone.
Really?
All looking at their phones. I just wanted
not
to.
Addicts with beer, not addicts with gambling, not addicts with smoking.
No, it was
not
just
addicts with drugs. You see a lot of homeless people there.
I did not. No, and I rode around quite a bit because I was trying different places to eat and a few, but not like.
What about those people that dress up in like a superhero? They take a picture with people.
I didn't even see any of those.
What about the people handing out the flyers?
I did see those, yeah.
And then the flyers are all over the ground.
Yeah.
So some of that's still the same.
Yeah. And
how
some
crowded
of those.
Was it?
Overall,
the strip.
When I went up Easter Sunday, it was pretty calm. Which not only the traffic going up, which made me delightful on the motorcycle, but that Sunday, because you kind of a holiday, but that was calm. And Mondays are always kind of dead there. So Tuesdays, it was a little more crowded, and then I left Wednesday at 7 in the morning because I knew it was going to be 90 here in Phoenix. So I wanted to get going and get back home by about noon because I was wearing a pretty heavy, not a big heavy leather coat, but enough.
Boy, I can see your.
Yeah.
I can see it. I really couldn't see it before. It starts right there, dude.
Yeah.
Can we see that? Look at this line right here. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Next time you travel, if you think about it, you should grab your smartphone when you have a minute, stand in front of something, say, "Hey guys, it's Mitch. I'm here in front of the Strat here in Vegas," and then maybe pan it around and say, "I'll see you guys on a video real soon," and then
send it to you.
And send it to me, or I'll have you upload it to like Google Drive or something. And I could go, "Hey, we got an incoming call from Mitch." Nobody won't know it's not live,
right?
And then you'll say, "Okay, bye." You don't even give me a chance to talk back to you. And we'll see Mitch in a few days, so that'd be kind of fun.
I will, and if international, again, as soon as international travel opens up, I'm going. So
going out of the country.
Yeah, I'll do Hong Kong, Singapore, Kuala Lumpur. Then I'll spend a month in the Philippines, and then if I have any money left over, I'll do Vietnam and.
So not Myanmar. Not going to go there.
I don't know. I mean,
it's just civil unrest and civilians being shot to death. It's probably
especially ones with nice blonde hair.
Yeah, you might stand out.
Yeah,
both your height and your skin tone.
Yeah.
However,
and I'll certainly
seriously, I hope things get better.
Yeah.
Myanmar was once called, come on, Carey, Burma, right? It was Burma, and it's always been an unstable area.
And we ought to, figure out when you're broadcasting live, and it's just my luck, it'll be 3 in the morning, but we could do our StreamYard just to say hello. That would be fun too. Yeah.
I'll be using more of StreamYard here on the channel. I'm still working out some technical issues with multiple camera setups and multiple microphones. In fact, I just learned I had a microphone issue today. I didn't even know I had, and I didn't have time to address it but it's always been there. I just didn't know.
Yeah.
So when I have some time, and I get caught up with work, and I'll tweak the sound settings.
Make a mental note, and in your case, I really mean mental. So, but the chat said that we're 5 by 5, so that's good, and that meaning you're 5 by 5 and I'm 6 by. But height jokes, you're.
I'm only 5'5" because I'm standing on an apple box.
Yeah. Well, enough of the squirrels. Chop, chop. We got places to go. Wings to eat.
Well, let's get started.
Okay.
Why don't you step around? I'm going to put Mitch to work here.
That 4-letter word.
Mitch?
No, that's 5. Work.
Oh.
Okay. What do you want me to do?
Let's get that power supply out of the way. Just put it literally anywhere.
3D. Okay.
Yeah, nobody does that anymore. Now everything's about 8K.
Okay.
No, 8K, not 0K.
That's A-OK to me.
Steve Aoki, the DJ from Las Vegas?
Okay, yeah.
What do you think we're going to do first?
Take off the glass. In case
Take off the glasses?
In case it breaks.
Let's do it. How do you think that you do that?
These big doodads right here.
Well, those are the thingamajigs. These are the doodads.
Okay. These are pretty big thumb screws. We're going very technical. And then.
Well, that's assuming you're using your thumb as a normal thumb size.
Okay. All right.
You thummy.
Little punchy.
You're just a big
What will I do
thummy.
with that? All right.
Well, do you want me to answer that?
Not if it's physically impossible. All right.
One way to know for sure.
Okay, so then this probably is similar to up and out. I don't know.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Contribution from Michael Dane contributes $10. You know who Michael Dane is?
The guy that's given away a gazillion computers.
No,
right?
when I ask you that, you're supposed to go, yeah, Michael Dane's the man.
Oh, the man. Say it again. Yeah.
Do you know who Michael Dane is?
The man.
Michael Dane.
Is the
Michael
man.
Dane is the man.
Man. All right.
Or he's the man.
Man.
Now what's next there?
What's this thing? Oh, is that they're the doors?
It's just for aesthetics.
Oh, okay.
You want to put the power supply in first?
Yeah. Cool.
I'm gonna put myself behind a window because that's the trend now.
Yeah. You play Romper Room. Most chats yesterday didn't even know what Romper Room was. They're like, "Boy, that's really dating yourself." The lady with the mirror that had no.
Yeah, but it was a good
glass in
date.
it. Yeah.
I'm gonna go put these away somewhere where they won't intentionally get damaged.
I've
Let's
never
see,
seen
where can I put these?
RGB power supply. Quite interesting. All right. I can't talk on this Friday.
Hey, Mitch, look what I found.
Non-modular.
Look what I just found back here.
Ooh.
What do you mean? Ooh, you don't even know what it is.
AMD. That's
Yeah,
what
but look at what it is.
It's a Ryzen 7 5800X 8-core 16 threads.
Yeah.
With a discrete graphics card. Okay.
Oh, it's got discrete graphics on it?
That's what it says.
Well, we should totally use this, but not in this, but in something else.
Okay. If you say so. I'm the Intel man.
Just had a moment.
Yeah, squirrel. Okay. All right. So here we go.
This is an Intel build, but this is a little teaser because I got a motherboard. Let me tell you what happened. Fixed a computer for a guy. Had a bad motherboard. I think it's an X470 board or something. And he didn't want to wait for the replacement, so I sent it in for RMA at my expense. He said I could keep the returned board, so I got this AMD motherboard with nothing to put in it.
Okay.
So I got one of these, and I thought, hey, we could update the BIOS in that board, use this chip, throw some of that crystal RGB RAM on there, and then use it in a future build. Just a little squirrel moment. All right, figure out how that goes in.
Well, I'm going to assume because it's RGB. Normally, you always say you want the power.
Step over this way.
You want the power supply. You want
Right,
you want the power to supply the fan. Switch places. Very professional, folks.
I'll stand right here.
Yeah, and talk. You talk, and I'll just move on. So, but I'm going to assume that you want it up, so you can see the lighties.
Well, but I also want you to know that there are no holes ventilating the bottom of that case.
I did notice that.
So if we put it with the fan down, we'll suffocate it. And I don't like putting the fan up on most power supplies because you could drop a screw in there, but you see how small these little holes are? That's less likely to happen. So yeah, please proceed.
It's like hanging onto an octopus here. All right, with all these cables. So we put that in. What's this thing here? Is that a frame that I got to do my thing? I got to take off.
It's
and
optional.
Put the thing.
I mean,
in,
you can do it either way. Does it? Does it fit in there correctly, or is there a problem?
You got it. What's this thingy here?
That's going to be where the power supply rests on top of that little ledge right there.
So you say. All right.
So it's easier. Well, you could put it in the way you're doing it, or you could take this frame out, which you take these two screws. You're probably going to need a driver. They're in there tight.
My arthritis. Okay. Ooh, magnetic. Very powerful. Talk amongst yourselves. All right, so here we go.
Welcome to Coffee Talk.
Too much caffeine.
Now, is there anything else holding that in? No? Okay. So now, you're going to need some screws for that part. Were there screws for the power supply in the box? I can't remember if I left them in there or not.
Nada.
No. Okay, well, you know what? I got you. Here's, look at magical.
So
orient that frame so that when you put it in, the power supply will be in the right orientation.
I'm off camera, but can they see it?
You know what? Let me. I'll be the handheld camera operator for now. Give me just a second, and I will have the secondary handheld
camera
action cam.
Action cam. While I get these screws out. So 3 nights in Vegas is just about, for me. That's I wouldn't want to do
5 days and 4.
No, it's just Sunday night, Easter Sunday night, Monday night, and Tuesday night, and you come home Wednesday. So
it was 3 days and 3 nights, or 4 days and 3 nights?
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Well,
4 days.
4 days. Yeah, you're making me count.
4 days and 3 nights. I know math is hard.
Yeah.
So are words.
Yeah.
I just like to grunt and point at things. Oh!
I didn't get a chance to go to the new. I think it's Circa, which is 21 and older. It's kind of no kids allowed hotel.
Oh, it's a 21.
Yeah.
Isn't there there's a vegan only casino open now.
Did not know that.
Yeah, it's let me see, vegan only casino Vegas. The first vegan bar with gaming, this was news item posted 3 days ago. It's the city's only vegan bar. It's also the city's first all-vegan bar with gaming and live entertainment. It's called the Taco Dive Bar, which opened on April 3rd.
We're getting an echo from the TV.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wonder where that's coming from.
Yeah, echo.
Here, I'll mute it.
Okay. Taco Dive Bar. Only vegan bar for a month.
Located at 4080 Paradise Road. So Tropicana's on, oh no, I guess the Tropicana's on Tropicana Boulevard.
Okay.
The owners kept the stage from the building's previous life, or using it to bring entertainment. Is it going to be vegan entertainment?
One never knows. All right.
You know, they're shutting down Yahoo Answers. Do you remember Yahoo Answers?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, the internet breaks things. Yahoo Answers was known for some of the most horrible questions. Like, do I have to build my own Ouija board, or do I have to buy one from a vegan? They had a sample of, oh, it's shutting down on May the 4th. That's kind of funny. May the 4th be with you.
Yeah.
Some of the questions, the reason why they're shutting it down is it's become sort of a haven for trolls to just intentionally post ridiculous questions. Here's a question right here. Here's a real one. What's after a vegan? Some of the dumbest questions on Yahoo Answers, and stuff like, you know, are all whatever the political term is for people that are like leftist or right.
Liberals?
Yeah, it's something like,
Independents?
are all liberals monsters, or just the few we see? Just some horrible. Anyway, it's shutting down. Good riddance. We won't miss you. Goodbye, Yahoo Answers. Just saying.
Why is CareyHolzman so short? Oh, it doesn't repeat. Answer
It's
back.
from all the pressure on my shoulders.
Okay.
Get off my back.
All right. And get on the camera. All right.
Okay, so sorry, this guy keeps interfering with the show. So I got this camera here.
Okay.
Let me let these guys. You guys hold this for me, would you? Just take that.
Action. Wireless HDMI, folks.
Yeah, this is from a company called Hollyland.
Give them a plug, yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's a $650 wireless HDMI transmitter. I can take this outside and it still transmits perfectly.
Yeah. Rock solid. Yeah.
Well, here, let me show you.
Okay.
Let's go to, I'll point it right at you guys so you'll see yourselves. Be just like looking in a mirror.
Please, I just ate. All right.
Look at that setup, folks. Look at those lights.
Yeah.
And there's the squirrel's butt.
Okay.
Squirrel butt cam.
All right.
Right, we doing this?
Yep.
Ooh, boy, I'm getting nauseous.
Okay. So here's our frame, and you talked about the power supply is going to rest on this little ledge then.
Yes.
So
keep it a little.
So then we'll.
So the power supply won't sit directly on the bottom here.
Because there are no vent holes. Yeah.
What'd you call me?
Yeah, and now they can really see my tan hands. All right, see.
There's tan hands.
Makeup. My coat came down to here, and I want to tell you.
You know what? I've got a
2 hours in, it was roasting. Yeah.
I have a fix for this.
I'm good.
No, I have a fix.
Yeah.
You got to trust me.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
you'll never do that again.
No.
Hold on. Let me go back to camera one because I have to go to the other room. We can take a look at that.
You can call it the little boy's room. All right.
No, it's the little girl's room.
Okay.
But hold on. Let me just
go back.
Let me just turn that off for a second.
You know, I'm a little too old for back teen. You know what I mean?
No, you're never too old for back
teen. So, but when I got to the Strat, I want to tell you, these were on fire. I won't make that mistake again. I either gotta, and I have motorcycle gloves that I wore on the way home, but the weather was so nice going up that it's a different feel when you're wearing gloves versus on the.
Come off camera for a second. Come over here off camera for a second.
You want me to come off camera? Now it'll blank? Talk amongst yourselves.
They'll still hear us talking.
Oh. Okay.
Do you know what these are? Do you want to put one of these? Which one do you want? This one? Or look at these.
I want this one. Oh, okay.
I think you should do. I think we need to do both. And this should be required for you when you ride your motorcycle for
Yeah.
skin protection.
Yeah, now that you mention it.
Yeah, see, we don't need makeup here.
Yeah.
Can you,
Higher?
yeah. Yeah, keep going.
Keep going.
Yep. And then just...
This is not erotic.
Well, speak for yourself. This is purely for my own entertainment.
Amusement.
You know what? I don't want you to feel alone.
Okay.
It's kind of like, when somebody has to get their head shaved for something and other people do it. Okay, are we good?
Yeah.
You ready? How do I look?
Good.
Yeah?
We're ready.
Okay. See? Yeah. All right, so we have a solution for every problem here, and you don't want to know what's going on and why I would have this in the house. Go ahead and step on up, and luckily we had a tattoo artist in the back room.
Very quick.
Yeah. And now look at your hands. See? Nobody can tell. Hey, those tattoo sleeves, they look good on you there. When'd you get that work done? Was that in Vegas?
I guess so. I don't quite remember. But for
it sounds like Vegas.
Yeah. But for riding,
Jimmy Buffett.
Do you really think the sun would? That's enough to block out the blazing sun of Phoenix?
Well, it's enough to get you from being knocked out by a real motorcycle rider.
Phoenix, Arizona. Yeah.
Don't show him that.
Don't know.
Stop peeling your skin back. It's disgusting.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Should we get back to work?
Yeah.
Damn squirrels.
Can I take these? No. All right.
I think it looks good on you. I should get another one.
All right.
Should I get this done for real? I think it looks pretty good on you. You don't like the look?
No.
No? Come on, and I can put my glasses on, so I could be sort of a nerdy. Basically, I would fit into Portland, I think, really. Well, there goes my Portland viewers.
Mitch Light. All right. So.
All right. Sorry, I had to do that.
Yeah.
I knew I was going to use these on camera one day. I just didn't know when.
When?
Okay, back to camera.
I think I would have settled for the back team.
All right. So let's get back to work.
All right.
Chop, chop.
All right. Yeah, now I'm getting seasick. All right, so here's their plate.
Yeah, I see
and here's the ledge. So now we are going to line it up, put it under, and it'll go like that. Fit just like that. Beautiful, yeah.
Great.
Now if I only had extra hands. All right, so.
Well, there's the screws.
Yeah. Step right up and see the man with the tats. Just gonna start it.
Sorry, got distracted.
Okay.
Squirrel.
How you doing there, Nutty? Just started. That didn't start.
That's the best camera work I've ever done.
Okay. That's not saying much. All right. So that's lined up.
It's a low bar.
Okay. And I wish I was at one, right? And then here. Not here, but here.
How can you tell?
Because this has threads. That does not, or do they both? I don't know. What do you think? Here? Yeah, I'm going to try here. I'm going to gamble. Not well,
that Vegas really had an impact on your attitude.
Yeah, not in Vegas. That is a strong magnet, I will tell you.
Well, it's from my personality, which is very magnetically
opposing. All right.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Do not drop the screw. Luckily, these slots, like Carey mentioned, are.
People are talking about like wondering how busy I am, and if I just pan the camera just a little that way,
oh boy,
there is a ton of CPUs and computers waiting. That's not even half of it. Sorry, it was a squirrel.
Now how? I never know. You don't want to cinch them up.
Well, start them first and then cinch them up. So that way, in case you need to move the power supply around.
This one does not seem to be.
Then you probably don't have it in a threaded hole. You probably have to go.
Why don't we switch?
Oh, you're giving up on me already?
Yeah, I'll hold it.
Yeah.
Cameraman Mitch.
You can throw it up. Are you French? That was bad. I'm sorry. Yeah, be careful. I don't have homeowners insurance here.
Okay, I got it.
All right, so when we're working on this, if you're having difficulty putting one of the, there's multiple holes so that the power supply can be turned in different areas. So you're trying to put it in here, and that's okay. Just go to a different, that's your indication you're in the wrong, because you see here, there's a point here, one here, one here, and one here, and we would use those if the power supply was in the other way.
Right.
I don't even know why Thermaltake makes it possible for you to put the fan facing down. In my opinion, they should have removed those holes. But Thermaltake has made some decisions regarding power supply venting on their cases that I completely disagree with. And the other thing that bothers me is if Thermaltake knows that they're making a power supply, in this case with these smaller holes so that it's got RGB and it can face up, then why not move the cables, because you know you're going to be at the side of the case and your motherboard's going to be over here. So that makes for uglier cable management. So if Thermaltake was going to go through this effort, they should have made a couple more changes. One, these cables should be coming out the other side, and as I previously mentioned, the holes here should force you to have to put the fan facing up. Now, because there is that little ledge, you can see there's this much room where we will not suffocate the power supply. So if we did put the fan facing down, what it would do is draw air in from the back.
Yep.
Right, if the fan was down, well, if the fan was here,
Right.
this ledge gives the fan room to breathe in that scenario, but it's not ideal. It's not breathing as freely as it would if it were, properly vented case. See the case? There's no holes.
So it couldn't breathe.
Yeah, let's probably not mention that again.
Yeah.
All right, so let's put this in here. Because we have the bracket on it, we have to feed it in this way.
Oh, yeah. So you can't go around. Gotcha.
Right? Because this is going to latch.
Yep.
See here? It's going to latch to lock it in.
Okay.
Now, on a build like this, you'd probably want to use a modular power supply because you're going to see everything. But this is what I accidentally ordered on the big helicopter case.
Yep.
And I said, well, I'll use this and something. And then it occurs to me that this is perfect for this little mini build.
Okay.
It just won't be, well, it's not perfect. It's ideal.
Okay.
And then if we put this in, we should see the, should lock in there some way. Where does it?
With the thumb screws.
Go ahead and film straight down there. Let me see the camera. Can you see the holes where that goes? Aha, I have to push down on this, and then it kind of gets up underneath.
Gotcha.
See now, well, there it is. Now we can you see the holes? Mm-hmm. And then I can just put those little thumb screws back. Thank you. Mitch is handing me the yellow driver. So you in the mood for wings tonight?
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me. When'd you have wings? Wednesday? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I went to Wingstop. I didn't like it.
So there you go. It was that simple.
But we have another place we like to go to around here. Oh, this is for the RGB lighting. You see that? Mm-hmm. That must cycle through the lighting. There's no, sometimes it is possible to buy a power supply that will have another cable that goes to your motherboard so that it'll connect to like your Aura or Asus Aura, or each motherboard manufacturer has their own lighting system. But if it's like ARGB, something like that, then you can control the RGB colors with the rest of your motherboard. The Thermaltake power supply does not offer you that, unfortunately. Okay. So you'll have to change the colors by hand, and that's what that button is for.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Now, well, how's your arms holding out there? You getting cramped up yet from holding that camera?
Bit much, yeah.
You want to break or you want to keep holding it?
What do we want to do next?
Well, I was thinking we could put the liquid cooler in, and this is just like the larger. This is exactly like the larger version of this case, except that it's miniaturized. So I feel like I've done this before. All the same screws are in all the same places, and even the components fit exactly the same way. All they literally did was mathematically reduce the size in the manufacturing process. And so this lid comes off just like the other one. Do me a favor, because you're tall, take a look at that top front I/O. Get up and point down, and you'll see we've got our power switch, 2 USB 3s, not one, but 2. There's a USB Type-C here. Does this motherboard support that? Probably not. Now, we can fix that by adding, Silverstone makes an add-in card you can plug into your motherboard if your motherboard doesn't provide that and you want it. I don't care. Nobody really uses those yet. You'll see this mostly on smartphones. And then over here, your standard input and output for audio, headphone, microphone. And then this is your hard drive activity light.
And reset button.
And yeah, there's a little, and the reset button is recessed. So if you put something on top of the case, it won't push the reset button. You're really, I'm still not pushing it. You really need to kind of, there, I think, yeah. So you're not going to do that by mistake. And then there's an LED around the power button. So when you turn that on, it will light up. And I don't think I really showcased that very well on the big version of this build, because it's way up here and I'm down here. So it's hard for me to film that. So,
yeah.
It's good to have a tall cameraman.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to set this aside. Don't let me forget where I put that. And I'll keep these large thumb screws with it. Otherwise, I'll just be knocking them down everywhere. Now, to put the liquid cooler in, how am I going to do that? Let's take a look at what's in the box. Silverstone, by the way, there's 2 companies I want to give a shout out to. And I don't necessarily 100%, in fact, there's no company I 100% like their products. But they do make good products, and more importantly, they have amazing people that work for them. And I'm going to shout out 3 companies that have been with the channel for a couple of years now. Well, 2 companies have been with the channel for a couple of years, in the sense that they have sent me product, and regardless of my criticism of some of the product they send me, they come back and send me more product. And that's going to be Be Quiet. And I want to thank Email over at Be Quiet for putting up with me, and Tony over at Silverstone. And another company reached out to me, so I'm going to postpone this for a minute because I have a squirrel here. Another company reached out to me. Does my tattoo look okay? And they said, can we send you some stuff? And I said, I've had really bad luck with products from your company, and I don't utilize your stuff in my business because of the warranty costs and the damage to my reputation. But I haven't had a lot of experience with your company, and I know your company's been around 30 years, so you can't just be making junk and stay in business for 30 years. I think I've just had some bad luck, but I'm not really motivated to take a chance with your products for my customers. However, I said, with the YouTube channel, if I'm just building stuff for the channel, then I'm not quite as critical of stuff, and I would be happy to evaluate anything you want to send me. Okay, so you don't have to ask me if you want to send me anything. Now, they're not paying me. Okay, they're just sending me stuff, and then it'll be featured on a video, a build video or whatever. So stay there, and I'll show you who this is. And I'm really delighted they reached out to me. You guys are going to know this company. We have 4 products sent to me from Enermax. So here we've got an Enermax power supply, 600 watt power supply. I have an Enermax cooler right here. I have 2 more things that they sent me. This is called the Marble Braun modular 750 watt power supply. Look how cool that is. And then they sent me their all-in-one RGB liquid cooler they call the, again, we got to talk a little bit about their naming conventions, but Mitch, how would you pronounce this?
Leon Max? Oh, it's a Q. Link Max?
There's no N.
Liquimax.
No, there's no I.
Yeah. Liquat.
Lickmax.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a product name or a request, but in either case, they might want to work on naming. Anyway, and by the way, the third generation. So Lucky Max. And yeah, so these will appear, these products will appear in upcoming builds on the channel as opportunity exists to utilize them and give them a fair shake, you know, but without risking my reputation or upsetting a customer where they might want to shop elsewhere if anything bad would happen. This gives me a great opportunity to try parts I wouldn't normally use without having the liability potential of turning a customer into a guinea pig. So this will be great for channel content, and also I think is good for Enermax to sort of give me a chance to change my opinion of them.
Yep.
Right? Because for me to spend my own money for their benefit, it doesn't make any sense. But if they want to send me the product and for me to realize, hey, maybe I just got unlucky, maybe I made some bad choices, maybe it's on me. You know, we had that Enermax cooler, the Threadripper cooler. They had a lot of problems with those, and then they replaced it. So my experience with Enermax has been very limited, but has been 100% bad. But it's only like 2 products over 20 years. So I want to thank Enermax for reaching out to me and for accepting my experience as genuine and that it's not a personal attack, and that I recognize that I don't have a lot of experience with them, but I'm also not motivated to have more experience at my expense. So that's wonderful, right? When these reputable companies like Enermax, Be Quiet, Silverstone, when these folks reach out to me, it means the world to me. I wish the folks at Corsair would work with me. Nobody from Corsair has reached out, or a GIGABYTE or Asus. So, but maybe as the channel grows, those opportunities will exist. I get a lot of requests primarily from off-brand companies out of China looking, you know, for free. You know, company says, we'll send you a $149 HD camera that we sell if you'll review it for us. And I'm like, okay. And they go, okay, so you have to buy it and then publish your review, and then we'll send you a refund. I'm like, no, never mind, have a nice day. They're like, wait, you know. They said, okay, we can send it to you, but when will you make the review? And I was like, you know what, you're not paying me. These videos cost a lot of money to make. There's a lot of investment here. So, you know, to just give me a product that sells for $149, you know that's not their cost. If you want to send it to me, I'll put it on a shelf, and when time permits, I'll review it. But if you're going to start asking me for deadlines and schedules, you got to pay me for that. Come on. So anyway, these folks, Enermax isn't doing that. Silverstone doesn't do that. And Be Quiet doesn't do that. And that takes a lot of pressure off. But at the same time, they're not paying me. So I think it's a good deal for all of us. Let me put this away. We'll get back to doing what I was doing there. But I've been meaning to mention this because they sent this, I think I got those parts last week. And I was meaning to talk about it, to thank Enermax and to let viewers know of some upcoming product. Look at the specs there. We have a few more contributions. Nevermore contributes $25. Says, Carey, glad to finally catch you live. Always good info. Hey, thank you. I'm going to hide from Mitch. Samuel Ramos with $5. Thank you, Samuel. Oh, Nevermore is already a moderator. Good, good, good. Did I miss any other contributions? I don't know what's going on with YouTube lately, but it's not storing the history of contributions like they used to. Another from Samuel Ramos for $5. He says, it's nice to see the dynamic duo back at it again. What does that make me? Does that make me Robin? I don't want to be Robin. Chris's Channel of Technology contributes $2, says, it's nice to see two great people working together. I guess he's watching something else.
I pictured you more like the Penguin.
I kind of see myself more as the Joker.
Oh, okay.
Just, you know, a little mentally unstable. Stan Ristov contributes £2.99. He says, hey, Carey, from Stan the Man. Well, there's another one that's the man. So that's funny because it came right after Michael Dane, who's the man. But everybody has to know anybody named Stan, obviously.
Is the man.
What's Carey?
What's Carey?
The boy, the squirrel.
And with that,
the man-child.
Yeah.
Hey, worked for Paul Atreides. More nerd references.
So.
All right, so what's in the box? That's what I was, were we gonna do that?
Yeah.
Why does it take you so long to build a computer? I mean, let's talk about the price of gas for the next half an hour. Is this a good look? Should I get this permanent? Wait, let me just, I gotta go, you can't see that. I think this is a good look for me. What do you think? I need to do both of them. A 52-year-old man getting a tattoo. What do you think? Is that his cry for help or what? What do we got in the box here? Now I have to tell you, another hesitation. The last time I used one of these Silverstone coolers, it cooled so well I was skeptical that the results were accurate. I never bought another one and used another one because I didn't have any opportunity to verify that, you know, just to double check, is it really cooling that well? It was a 240 millimeter just like this. It's in a previous build video from last year. And now they've got a new model out. So I mentioned to Tony over at Silverstone, I said, I hope the new one cools as good as the previous, because the other one just didn't seem right. It seemed like it was just cooling too well. And you'll see the RGB is compatible with Asus's Aura system. Remember we were talking about that? And MSI has their own system. And ASRock has their system. I see everybody but GIGABYTE. Is GIGABYTE? What's that one right there? Can you see it? I don't know what that is. So that's interesting. So they're mentioning compatibility with Asus Aura, with MSI's, what is it called? I can't read it. Majestic Light Show or something. And then ASRock's
Polychrome Sync.
Yeah. All right. That's good compatibility there for controlling the light so they're not just randomly. I mean, you can always optionally leave it to just be random, but that you can synchronize all the RGB together. So there's some documentation. This is the user's manual. It's probably warranty information. We'll set that over there. And underneath this foam, we have a standard. It's like all these liquid coolers come in like this egg carton style of cardboard, no matter who makes it, NZXT, Silverstone. I'm kind of fascinated by that. Anytime you see white fans, that usually tells you it's an RGB fan. Usually. When the blades are kind of that see-through white. Kind of see-through. So there's the fans. Told you I had fans, Mitch.
I'm not one of them.
You're more like a groupie.
Yeah. So that's a 240.
Sorry, a grouper.
Yeah.
More like a fish.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that means if it's a 240, Mitch, that means what size are these fans?
120s.
Correct.
Times 2.
Now, this is really important. Sometimes you get these little packages of desiccant, this silica gel, which is very careful. It says, what does it say? Throw away, do not eat. And my question is, or what? What are you going to do about it? He's perfectly. Ugh. It's pretty dry. I think it's overcooked. Okay, the next thing it says is throw away. It doesn't say how far. I'll give it my best shot.
It's very dry, but it does sop up a lot of gravy, you know.
I'm gonna throw
it away. There you go. Okay.
But is that far enough away?
Right.
It doesn't say. That's all that's in the box, guys.
Okay.
I'll just put that over there. Here's our radiator. A much more manageable size. Looks like that's the fill area right there. But these are all pre-filled, ready to go. Look at the size of that pump. Oh my gosh, the thing's huge. Wow. Look at the facets on the plastic. It's like a gem. Oh, I get the name now. The IceGem 240p. See, it looks like it's faceted.
Ooh.
Isn't that fascinating?
If you say so. Very nice.
Come on,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
I'll put that on a ring and give it to a girl. A nerdy one.
Yeah.
All right, so if we mount this in here, would we go under or do we want to go this way? Let's get these cables out of the way. Chat room. What do you think? Should I put it in here like this? And put the fans on this side? Well, I should put the fans so you could see it through the window.
Right.
Then I'd be drawing air into the case instead of out of the case. Or I could put it in, oh, I have so many options. I could go this way. I should be working on the other side of the table for poor Mitch. Oh, maybe it won't go in this way. These holes do not line up at all. That is not happening. No, you see what's happening? Can you go up, pointing down? You see what's happening? These holes here.
Gotcha.
These will line up over here on this side, but then it doesn't line up over there. But then if I line it up over there, it won't line up over here.
Try not to speak too technical.
No fit. However, let's see if it will line up. This may not be a choice after all, which then makes my decisions a lot easier to make. Can I put it in here? Now, yes. You see how there's slots? See these slots?
Okay.
Instead of these fixed holes. See up here, there's fixed holes and no slots. See what I'm pointing at?
Yep.
That means the radiator has to align with where the pre-drilled holes are. Whereas in the front, we have slots. And that's really where you can tell that's where they want you to mount this. And the reason I know that is because this piece right here, this whole piece comes out.
Okay.
Which makes this a lot easier to install. So to get that piece out, I need to put the radiator down. And I'm trying to remember how I used to do this on the other one. What I have to do is I have to take the canopy off. Yeah, canopy has got to come off. So for the canopy to come off, there's 3 screws on each side. Are you going to remember how all this goes back together?
No.
One of us probably should.
Chat'll know.
Chat will tell us.
You're doing it wrong.
And ridicule us too. This is just making me nervous. I'll move this over here with the rest of the fans. And we'll go over here. And I'm just, well, that's all right, you don't have to move. I'll come to you. I'm just taking off the seat.
It's the same on that side.
You know what, let me just step around and do it over here. You notice on my drivers I've been adding these little orange neodymium, rare earth magnets, and it's really strong. Look at that.
Ooh, magic.
I wonder how far I could drop it. Look at, oh, no, too far. All right, I always have to take it too far. Got to see where the limits are. and it just keeps the magnetic charge on the screwdriver. If I charge the screwdriver magnetically, you know, by charging it up, then it over time gets weaker and weaker. But if I just leave it on there, which is what that's built for, you get 2 of these on Amazon for like $6. So now I'm putting them on all my drivers that I use regularly. I just had the one and I kept moving it around, and I'm like, Carey, I think you could spend the $6.
$6
or whatever
biscuits, bananas, shekels.
So that I didn't have to keep moving it back and forward. Now this should just come right off.
Keyword is should.
Should, yes, that is a keyword.
Steady now.
Huh? Huh? How's that for something? It didn't help me at all. So these little things on the side, do you see these, Mitch? Just take one step back, watch your foot, you're around one of my cords. I'm not worried about you, I'm worried about my cord.
Yeah.
You see this? This should just pull off. Ooh, not that way. See, it's just being held by, they call these, Steve over at Gamers Nexus said these were called alligator clips, but that's, I've always known alligator clips to be metal pinch clips that you use to hook onto a wire, like on a tester. But I guess they do kind of look like little alligators.
Okay.
These are easily broken, so be careful when you take it off and put it back on that you align it properly. And then we'll do the same thing over here. I don't know that I have to take these off, but I thought I'd just show everybody how this case just completely comes apart. And it uses a lot of different screws. These were the screws actually I was looking to go to. So I didn't have to pull the other one off here. You see these 2 thumb screws here? Watch this. If I take those 2 out, now this radiator mounting bracket, you see that?
Ooh.
It's got little hooks on the bottom, so you've got to sort of push the bottom towards the front, and then you can slide it out. Now we've got to remember which side is the front of the case, right?
So remember that.
Remember this bend goes towards the inside of the case, and we can put, let's say, the fans on one side and the radiator on the other if we want to.
Yeah.
And then those
because
are
you're
RGB
assuming
fans.
the fans will light up.
I'm not assuming it. It says right on the box. I mean, there's
just
a picture.
Yeah, just testing it. All right.
Did you? Where's that? I threw the box somewhere.
Yeah.
If there's one thing I know, it's looking at pictures. And that picture to me is showing those fans light up.
Ah, gotcha. Along with the ring, the jewel. Yeah.
Along with the water block.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, and you know what? These are faceted too.
Got a theme going there.
You see the facets? I'm having trouble focusing. Maybe if I just back it off a little bit. That's going to match perfectly with that. Oh my gosh, I didn't even realize that till just now.
Yeah.
Wow, that's cool. All right, you ready to rest your camera arm? Want me to go back to the main camera for a little bit?
A little bit.
Hold on. Don't give up on me yet. Okay, now you can. Here, I'll take it from you. So this little, oops, that's all right. This whole thing is wireless. All that video you were just watching in this handheld cam is being transmitted without any cables. We're running off a big battery on the back, and this is being powered by its own battery up here on the front. It's got one of these, I think they're called like L batteries or something, I don't know. Anyway, get about 3 or 4 hours out of these batteries with this unit, and then we have the receiving unit over here plugged into the capture card. This is made by Hollyland, and I need to do a follow-up review because I bought $80 worth
cables,
of cables. Well, half of it was the batteries and the charger, and then another $40 on a little HDMI cable.
But it's so nice that you don't, before I was having to kind of be careful of the cable because you didn't want it to snap off.
I only wish on these Canon camcorders the HDMI output wasn't right where you need to put your hand.
Right.
So I was looking at maybe getting a different camera that had the HDMI output on the backs, because it does make this hard to hold.
Yeah.
If you look at, if I show the audience here what I'm talking about, the HDMI output on every Canon camera I've got is right where you got to put your hand. Mm-hmm. It's not a good location. So if you guys know of a good, but I don't want to say cheap, but let's say budget 1080 camera with an HDMI output on the rear of it, from a big name like JVC, Panasonic, Sony, you know, one of those guys.
Right.
I was sticking with Canon because all the batteries are interchangeable.
Right.
So that means if I go to a different manufacturer, I got to change a battery, I got to change a charger just for that camera. But this is so inconvenient, unless somebody knows of another solution. I know, like this one, I've got an Amazon, you can literally buy this on a right angle, a left angle, up or down. I could have got one that faces down, but it's still, it's just a bad, and again, even these cameras, the big camera here, same exact thing. They put this in a really bad location. I love the cameras, but I just wish they didn't have that. It's been a problem, not just since this, it's always been a problem where that has gotten in the way. So, yeah, I might have to buy a special camera now. So this is what happens. The company sends me this. This is worth $650, by the way. I probably could have got the cheaper version that doesn't have the SDI outputs. Those are more professional outputs. I don't use those. But then you go, oh, wow, it's a free camera. But then I just had to buy batteries, chargers, and cables. It was $80. And it looks like I'm going to need to buy a new camera for this thing they sent me for free. It's going to cost me a lot of money for this free stuff.
Yeah.
But, you know,
But it works great.
It's a hell of a thing to complain about, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to just set this. I'm going to find a place to put this camera. I took the shoe off of it because that, of course, gets in the way. If I leave the shoe on the camera, this is the shoe that seats it to the tripod. And if I leave the shoe on it, now imagine how uncomfortable this would be to hold, where you've got this and this right where you need to hold. It's very difficult. So I often will pull the shoe off of it for handheld use. But that's going to be standard on all cameras. There's nothing I can do about that. Do we have any, before we proceed, any questions in the chat? See anything, Mitch?
I don't know with chat, but where did you get these? On Amazon?
Seriously? Yeah. Almost everything you see is from Amazon, whether we're talking about...
They're quite warm. I mean, I like them. They're definitely cool. I mean,
it's a little itchy.
In the winter.
You know what it reminds me of? Have you ever broken an arm and had a cast?
Yeah.
And they put that thing underneath the cast?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now you can ride your bike and go into a biker bar and nobody will know, as long as you make sure you get your sleeve.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, you gotta look.
Should we detat? Yeah, I'm here roasting under the movie light.
Do you think that is keeping you warm?
Yeah.
Do you think this little thin nylon is keeping you warm?
Yeah. I generate a lot of body heat.
I don't know what this whole thing about tattoo removal being painful is. That's super easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, these I picked up on. No, you know where I got these? Etsy. I have an addiction. I call it Etsy Letsy.
Okay.
And I'll go onto Etsy, browsing, and end up spending like $200 on crap I didn't need. But it's really cool crap. So
give them a plug.
I'll get these sanitized.
Yeah.
From the Mitchoma.
There you go.
Yeah, they're just little.
Yeah, sleeve things. Kind of cool for Halloween.
Or Tuesday.
Yeah, or Tuesday. So while he's detatting, Chad, tell us where you're viewing from on this Friday or Saturday or wherever in the world that you're watching in. We do thank you. And yeah, let's, you've got the plate. And then
The plate.
what are we gonna do? Take a
You want a drink?
take a squirrel moment.
Do I need to get you some Blue Moon, Mitch?
Lemonade, please. Yeah.
You want a sugar-free Minute Maid?
Lemonade. Yeah.
I also have sugar-free cherry Dr. Pepper.
No thanks.
All right. Well, that's an easy sale. And will you be paying with Bitcoin today?
Yeah. No. What's the other one?
Ethereum?
Yeah.
Dogecoin? Dogecoin?
There's a sound effect. Keep that. Lithuania. Australia, New Jersey.
You're just naming random places?
Yeah. New Zealand, New York City.
New York City, get the rope.
Sweden, Delaware,
I heard they have good meatballs there
all over.
in Delaware. I mean, Sweden.
Okay, well, you had the bracket. I don't know what you did with the bracket.
The bracket?
For the cooler.
That's total racket.
Yeah.
It's right here.
Oh, okay.
It's right where I left it.
All right.
When you were filming it.
Ah, okay. Remember, these go on the inside.
Yeah. So where the bracket bends down on this case, the reason we need to know that is so we know which side to put the fans and which side to put the radiator on. Mm-hmm. And we could put the fans and the radiator on the same side, but then we'd use twice as many screws. So I'm lazy. I mean, I'm really efficient. So yeah.
Somebody said they're watching from Lost Wages, Nevada.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Is
got
that like whole paycheck? I mean, Whole Foods,
Yeah.
the thing everybody likes to say.
I got to admit, about twice a year. I mean, I like going about 2 times a year. 3 would be
To
pushing
Vegas?
It. Yeah, but be pushing it. But
You know what?
yeah,
I used to enjoy Vegas when I was younger, but Vegas isn't the same as it used to be. Hotel rooms used to be practically given away.
right.
My father had moved to Henderson when he retired, so I started to see through the facade.
Yeah.
Where Vegas, my favorite thing is Vegas makes things out to be bigger than they are, or more. They make big promises and then they fail more often than not to deliver on those promises. It's very misleading in a lot of things. So, for example, I'm driving the car by the Interstate 15, which is right there, not too far off the strip. And there's a giant billboard, and it says XXX, big bold, triple X. No, this is Vegas. This is Sin City. Okay? And I'm a rebel. I'll admit I'm a bit of a rebel. So I look and I go, oh, it's got my attention. It's an advertisement for a bowling alley, and it's showing a turkey, because if you do 3 strikes in a bowling,
It's a turkey.
It's a turkey, right? So there's a little turkey, and it's the triple X is big and bold to get your attention, and then the fact that it's a bowling alley is like smaller fine print. And I feel like I just been lied to, right?
No, you're the turkey because you looked at the billboard.
No, I'm a turkey because I'm at the bowling alley with a pocket full of $1 bills, and they're very confused. And so was I.
All right.
I asked where the strippers were, and they pointed me to the hardware store. But they did have a very cool Fry's Electronics store. Have you ever been to that Fry's Electronics? Of course, they're all closed
now,
but it had every Fry's store
had
a theme, right? So in Vegas, it was like a big slot machine. It had the giant,
Oh, nice. Yeah.
like a slot machine. And I guess it's going to be a Spirit Halloween store. Sorry, just Spirit. All right. You got your shot, right?
Yeah.
Was that a squirrel moment?
Yeah. And back to the bill.
So what do you think? Okay. So we know that this is the bottom of the radiator. This is the bracket, radiator bracket. Mm-hmm. Bernard C. says, Mitch. I don't know. I guess he's just saying Mitch. Just the nostalgia goes away as you get older. Or that nostalgia becomes nostalgia. Nostalgia ain't what it used to be. I'm going to say that. Ben Laird says, hello from Scotland. Hey, Ben. I got to tell you, the tribute that SupramanG posted of Dave Murray in Scotland, I never knew what Dave Murray looked like. and he's got pictures of Dave Murray in there. And this is going to sound terrible, but I'm going to say it anyway. There's a stop motion animation called Shaun the Sheep, which is about a Scottish shepherd who's got a dog. The dog's job is to look after the sheep. And Shaun the Sheep, the guy who portrays the shepherd is sort of a stereotype of a Scottish person in a lot of ways. And when I saw the pictures of Dave Murray, I thought, he looks just like the farmer guy from Shaun the Sheep. And I thought, how terrible are you to think of that? But I just thought, wait a minute. This is apparently a common look, apparently. I don't know. But that's the first thing that came to mind when I saw pictures of Dave Murray is I thought, Shaun the Sheep. And I wish I had about 10 more minutes with Dave just to tease him a little bit about that. So hopefully, he's giggling a little bit, and I just thought it was kind of funny. All right.
So now the radiator goes on the back, right? Because we're going to put the fans
We don't
up
have
front.
to, but here's the thing. There's a lot of debate about whether or not fans should push air or pull air. They should be on one side of the radiator or the other. Should we be pulling air into the case or blowing hot air out of the case or bringing cool air in from outside? It's really not going to make much of a difference,
But
no matter how.
if the fans are lit, it's going to look cool in the front of the helicopter. Yeah.
Exactly, because there's this windowed canopy here. It makes sense to really showcase the fans.
Right.
This is where we put style over substance. This is where it's more important that it looks good.
Okay.
It's important how you look
No, it's better to look good than to feel good.
than to feel. I was trying to do that, Billy Crystal.
Fernando
You look
Lamas.
marvelous.
Marvelous. Yeah.
What was his name?
Fernando Lamas.
Fernando Lamas. You look
Marvelous,
marvelous.
yeah.
What did he used to say? It doesn't matter how you feel.
It's better, Johnny, it's better to look good than to feel good.
Better to look good than to feel good. Yeah. So what I would do, what I would propose, this is going to go towards, right, these.
Yeah.
So what I would do is I would have the hoses rather, facing up, right? And then we want this to go as high as possible so that we have a likelihood of seeing not just one fan in this little window, but hopefully the top of the secondary fan dome below. And then to secure this radiator to this bracket, we can put the screws through the fans, through the bracket, and then into the radiator.
Okay.
So instead of using, let's say, 6 or 8 screws to secure the radiator in, and then using 8 screws to put the fans on, that's 16 screws.
Okay.
This will just use one set of screws to hold the radiator and the fans and sandwich them, so it's an easier thing to do.
And will it fit? Sorry, chat, you can't see this, but will the fans fit?
Well, it will fit, however, not at the height I want it. See that?
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what we can do. I'm going to put some screws to just hold this in position so we can show the audience, but they're not going to stay. Does anybody have any questions for us? Well, I am finding some screws. A weird bracket. We got a tube of thermal compound. That's nice. Another bracket. Some kind of RGB thingy. That's for the water block. Another weird bracket. We'll find out. That's just an old school adapter. It's for the water block. This is the ARGB cable. Fan splitter. Finally, these are the screws here and here. Oh, that's for the water block. Okay, so I'm gonna put everything else back in here before I knock it all over. So there's a lot of hardware for mounting the bracket around the CPU. And we're not at that point yet.
Okay.
So this is all the rest of the motherboard side. This side of it, it's just this one bag of screws.
Okay.
The squirrel is blocking Mitch.
It is, yeah.
He's just trouble. Uh-oh, got a runner. Apparently somebody was eating Funyuns over here. I don't see any questions. Am I missed any questions?
Any donations? Yeah.
Contributions?
Yeah. Mm.
Oh yeah, there's a few I've missed. Stan Haristoff contributed, as I mentioned, £2.99, says, I want to see more Carey and Mitch humor. Well, at least he got the order right.
Yeah.
Alphabetically. Carey, C before M. Stan again with a £1.99 says, Carey, that block of ice may freeze that PC forever. It does kind of look like a block of ice, doesn't it? It is an IceGem. Jared Blackmore with £5 says, Fab Entertainment just finished my care shift. It's 10:36 p.m. here in the UK. Heinrich Johnson with 60 Danish krona says, always great to watch you. Keep up the good work. From Denmark. I don't know what that other word is, so I'm not even going to try. Planet Cryos with $2. Hey, I can't wait for Planet Cryos to get that computer.
Yeah. Yeah. He's going to like it.
It came out a lot better. Like, I'm like, this is just going to be something I'll give away. And it was done. I was like, that's a pretty nice machine to give away. But you know what? I'm glad it's going to him.
Yep.
You know, he'll appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got these long screws and these small screws. And all I want to do, Mitch, is I just want to put a screw in each corner just to hold it in position, and then I can walk it over to the camera and show the folks what the plan is. Yeah. I've got the torque setting set very lightly on here so we don't strip out the radiator, which is often made of a very soft metal.
Not one, not two, but three.
That's right, the torque is on
Three.
This driver. I don't have to tighten them, but I don't want it to fall out.
It's good to have an extra set of arms. All right. There you go.
Yeah. There's a give me a hand joke in there, I just
Okay.
can't find it. So to give folks the...
Show them a close-up while I step out for a Reese's Pieces moment. There's a plug, right?
Are you gonna phone home?
Yeah.
Okay, now I can see. This is the front bracket with the radiator attached. And I was mentioning that the bend in the bracket faces the inside of the case on both ends. So that way I know that I want the radiator inside the case and the fans outside the case. But for me to secure the fans onto the radiator, I'm gonna have to use the same hole I just used. So these screws have to come right back out. And then of course, the water block we were talking about, how it looks like a gem.
Matches a RAM.
Yeah, that's a really nice match there. And then you've got the power for powering the pump, and then it looks like, I'm gonna guess maybe an ARGB wire here for if you choose to hook that up to control the lighting. Otherwise, I think the lighting will default into in most cases it defaults into a cycling.
Okay.
But it's nice when you can sync it all up together. So now, when we put the fans on, would you have like 3 Reese's Pieces? Are you good?
Yeah.
You weren't gone very long. When we put the fans on, we want to consider the orientation of which side of the fan is pulling air in and which side of the fan is pushing air through. We say pull and push. We don't say suck and blow. Well, I don't know what you say, but I find it's a bit more professional.
Yeah. I just use those when I'm describing you. Anyway. That's good.
I'm trying to come up with a response, and you got me.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think of where you would use that in a positive.
Yeah. Don't hurt yourself. All right. Well,
Is something burning?
Yeah.
You smell toast? Okay, so a couple things we have to consider when we put the fans on. Oh, cable management, right?
Yeah.
So you've got it upside down. So we know it's going to go into the case. This is going to be the side that faces the case window. The part of the fan that you can see the center turning, that's the part that pulls air. This part here, you see when the fan spins how that doesn't?
with the frame.
Yeah, and you can see the supporting of the frame.
Yep.
These support struts here are going to be on the side of the fan that's pushing air. This is where the air is coming out. So if we want the air to blow through the radiator, then these support structures have to face the radiator. Then we have to think about the cable management. If this is going to go into the case, where do we want our cables to come out? If we have it come out the wrong side, it's going to look terrible, or out the top, or the bottom probably. And the bottom looks like it's going to work. But remember, that's going to go into the case exactly the way you're holding it. So the motherboard is on the left, so all of our cables are going to be against this side of the case, right? This side. So when this goes in, if it's going in exactly the way Mitch is holding it, then we want the cables to go out towards the motherboard like that.
Okay.
So my problem is going to be how I'm going to... You would not install the fans on a liquid cooler holding it in your hands like Mitch is. You're going to lay it down on a table, and you're going to let gravity work with you, and it's going to make your job a lot easier. So the unfortunate part of that is you're not going to be able to see what we're about to do. So let's try and do the best we can.
So hire Mitch to come over and hold it for you.
Do me a favor, just hold it right there for a minute. Maybe I can at least get one started. I like those shoes.
Yeah.
You got red. I had some red shoes just like that. Who makes those?
Nike.
Oh, Nikes.
I gotta try New Balance. Those are the shoes that you swear by, right?
I love New Balance shoes.
Yeah.
I should get them to be a sponsor.
Yeah.
Good money in shoes, I'm
Yeah.
told.
Well, it holds all 12 of your toes, right? No.
I have 14 toes like a normal
There's
person.
a secret that, yeah, okay.
So these screws are interesting because it's got a big shoulder. See that? And the thread is just like a 1/4 of an inch thread.
A nubbin, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's going to go through the fan.
Okay.
And if I line it up correctly, if Mitch has done his job and hasn't shifted the radiator,
Won't bite, right?
I mean, that just barely gets through. I don't know why Silverstone made that choice, but they could have threaded this a little bit more.
Yeah.
I guess they don't want you to drive the screw through the radiator. Oh, I got it in the wrong position. That was my fault. Pull up on the radiator towards you.
Towards me?
Yeah, I want to see that hole on the other slot. That.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, what are they doing? We're not even sure. Do they? I don't think they know what they're doing.
That's part of the fun. Am I lined up?
Yes.
Yeah, that grabbed.
You know, is there a more difficult way that we could have done this? Okay, so we know that's going to go into the case that direction. These cables will come out this side.
Motherboard side.
So where all the other cables are going to be completely visible anyway, because this case offers you zero cable management consideration. Another issue I have with many of the Thermaltake open chassis, open air cases. And I just want to see that that looks right. I think it looks right. And then I can pull this screw out and we can do the other fan. And the reason I only put the 2 screws in is just to, sometimes I put the 90 degrees wrong, and then it's just, once I verify everything's located properly, then I'll go ahead and put the rest of the screws in. Because I'm efficient.
Take the little screw
Carey,
out.
you never worked so hard as a tech. That's what I said. I'm the hardest working tech in tech business. It's going to be my slogan.
Got to take the little screw out.
Yeah. See how I keep dropping stuff? This is why it's important to keep your workbench clear. I'm literally working with, what is that, about 5 inches of space? I kind of set myself up for that. So I'm going to remove that screw that we put in there just to show the audience. I'll grab another one of these shoulder screws, and I'm going to bring one of these screws up to the camera and show them. And I want these cables to come out. Well, this is an interesting choice I have here. What would you do? Should I have the cables come out together like this? Or should I have the cables come out in the exact same orientation like that?
I like together, but it's up to you. I mean, you're the boss.
Say that again?
I said you look like Hoss.
You're dating yourself.
Yeah, okay. Bonanza. Now you're going to blame me if it doesn't.
I was thinking Dukes of Hazzard, but I guess
okay.
that's Hog. Boss Hog. I'm going to blame you anyway.
Okay.
I mean, you're in a no-win situation unless things go well, in which case I take full credit.
Yeah. Did that line up on the first go?
Yeah.
I don't believe it.
Well, the other fan's kind of holding it in position for us. You didn't think I was going to give you credit for that, did you? Okay, so for people to understand what my decision making was, or what I was asking Mitch about, is these cables that come off the fans. This fan is rotated 90 degrees from this one so that the cable's actually coming out here and running across so that they can come out together in one bunch. Otherwise, I could rotate the fan 90 degrees down, and you see how these cables are coming out the bottom right corner, then these cables would also come out the bottom right corner. And I was asking Mitch what he thought looked best. So in one hand, it's nice that all the cables come out together, but it might make the cable management look worse because you have this bundle versus because this is at the bottom of the case, nobody's going to see it down here.
Yeah, nothing out of a few zip ties can fix it.
Absolutely. So it really doesn't matter. These are things that OCD nerds stay up at night worried about. So I've read on the internet.
Okay.
And I don't know, what does the chat room think? Should we have the cables bundled together, or should we separate out and rotate this fan 90 degrees to the right so that those cables come out like the one above it? It won't matter on the other side because you can't see, because that fixed sticker that has the logo, you can't see that through here. So it's not like one logo is going to be 90 degrees.
Right.
Let's get some input from the chat room. And while they're talking about that, let me move these little screws. We're done with these. We won't use these, as I mentioned, because of how we're sandwiching the fans. We're sandwiching the bracket between the fans and radiator. Didn't I have a Ziploc bag these came out of?
Might have put it in that drawer.
I wouldn't put a Ziploc bag in a drawer. What's wrong with you, Mitch? What normal person would put a Ziploc bag in a drawer? Let me go get a Ziploc bag. I keep it in the drawer.
We got one. Richie says turn them. Okay, there's one vote. Mad Power wires together.
Planet Cryos with a $5 contribution said, yes, I'm waiting on my hot dog build.
Ah.
You don't want to see how it's made. Okay. It's the hot dog build. We will be digging right back into all these parts here in a moment, but I'm going to avoid dropping them. Just keep everything in one pile together. That's my organization method.
Okay.
And then this was the bag I was looking for earlier, but that's okay. I won't close the bag. I won't be that easy. We'll leave it open. Johnny 5 is alive. There's a line in the movie Short Circuit where he says something like, I have seen a girl. I can draw you a schematic.
So what do you think? Keep them together? Just try it. What's the worst? You know?
It's really just about how you think it's going to look. Remember, that's all going to be, that bundle is going to be right behind here. So
below is nice.
I don't know.
Where you can't see it. I mean, if you turn
there's a part of my OCD that likes both fans to be oriented exactly the same. There's a part of my OCD that wants all the cables together. And unfortunately, you have to pick one or the other.
Well,
this little black box, this is the hardware for the case. I failed to mention that, but we're going to put that. Let me forget, that's right.
Okay. Let's try them together. Mm-hmm.
Dennis Paulson says, I'm late. I know, we've been waiting for you. You're tardy. 3 more tardies, and you're going to go to the principal's office.
We're already 7 shots in.
Matthew Jeff says, I am back. Orlando says, turn them. John Rogers is saying separate. Cables together always looks what? I think he's trying to say better. Neater. Who's going to look at it?
Right.
Planet Cryos thinks you should just hold it permanently.
No. No. We got to get this build. Mitchie want wingy. All right.
Just leave the cables together. Mitch wants wingies.
Yeah.
Think of all those wingless chickens because of you. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and put the other 4 screws in. We'll lock it down in that position so we can move on. These are the tough decisions you have to make. Can you handle it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think it's just the one that keeps, I think it's just one with a bad attitude.
It's your magnetic personality. They're trying to find their way to you.
It's true.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Told you I was screwed.
Yeah.
So this cable, because we have it running underneath the fan, it's interfering with the screw. So I'm mentioning that because if you just force it, you'll go right through the cable and short circuit it when you turn it on. I hear the ice cream
man. Yeah.
I think I have a few dollars. You want to run out there?
It's the ice cream man.
Carey, you gave me $4 for an ice cream. So did you get 2? I can't even buy one. Do you know how much an ice cream is? What year do you live in, Carey? Like I just wanted a bomb pop. It's just flavored ice. That's $8.50.
A drumstick's got to be 9 beans.
I don't know what they charge anymore these days. Do you tip the ice cream man? I don't even know. But is it weird? You shouldn't be hearing an ice cream truck at 2 a.m., right?
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Is it just this neighborhood? That's it. Okay. So let me grab that, or you can walk it over. Who wants to showcase it? You want to do it? More Funyuns in my keyboard.
So we have them coming both out together. Isn't that nice?
And then give it the full 360-degree rotation there. Let them soak that in, because once it's going in this case, it ain't coming out for a long time.
There's the doodad. Ooh. Nice.
All right, should we try and fit that back inside the case? And by we, I mean, I know you're going to hand it off to me.
You sure you tighten those screws? Well, you don't want to strip them.
Well, you don't want to tighten the fans too tight, because they can, it can lead to stripping the screws out and to vibration noise. Although the fans do have these little rubber grommets in each corner, and that's there to reduce the sounds of any vibration. They're little sound dampeners.
Okay.
And if you put the screw in too tight, you'll notice that these little rubber dampeners will start to bend in. And when they bend in, you're sort of reducing or removing the whole point of why they're there. They won't have much room to move and absorb the vibration. So if you see this, if you're like, I don't know how tight to put the screws, if you start seeing the screw, what's the word?
Convex, concave.
Yeah, like if you see the rubber around the
smush out.
Yeah, if you there's a word for this. Yeah. You've put it in too tight, so back the screw off. The fan's not going anywhere.
Yeah, you don't want them smush. All right.
Exactly. Yeah. But the word will come to me. The word I was trying to think of. I'm sure the chat room knows what I mean. Do we have a cover on the bottom? No, there is. On the bottom of the pump, they've got some plastic. We have to remove that plastic. It's on there to keep that. Look how big that is. No wonder they say that's TR4 compatible or STRX Threadripper compatible. Look at the size of it.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Did I just say the cooler was pretty cool? I think I just did. Will you hold that for me?
Yep.
And let's put this. I got to put the bottom in first, and the power supply cables are kind of in the way. Wow, look at that mess. Every one of these is tangled. Okay. Let's set this over here. You sure you're not in the mood for spaghetti?
Always.
It's like an OCD nightmare. All right. I'm going to put this in on an angle. Now look, there's more of the case I can take apart to make this easier, but I don't have to. So again, due to my essential efficiency skills that some people call lazy, I'm going to just work with that. And then when I put the two tabs into the bottom first, then I just bring this forward, tilt it forward, and then I can grab the thumb screws that were in here. I wish I was a little taller. I'm gonna just kind of feel for the threaded. Thank you. You didn't give me the electric one, you're making me work. I'll remember this.
Yeah.
See, Mitch gets his revenge in a very passive-aggressive way.
And is that in?
Yeah. Yeah, and I can put the canopy back on now because I just had to take it off to get to these two thumb screws.
Okay.
And the canopy goes on real easily. It's going to align behind this piece. And then it should snap in.
Well, it's the 3 holes.
Yeah, but there's a way that it snaps in, and I can't remember. Something I don't visually. Well, inside of this, there's these tabs, and those have to align with these holes. So if you align it properly, remember, you could accidentally put it over that metal. It's never going to see it. It's got to go behind that metal. And then if you align the holes, you should be able to feel it. And then push it on, and it should give you some positive feedback. In that case, the click. And then can I see the little black screwdriver? Because these screws, the the JIS screwdriver just fits these threads better. On the other build that I did with the big version, and I was using the power driver, it seemed like it was kind of slippery. And I was worried I was gonna damage the head of the screw so that it would strip it out. So once again, I'm just gonna put these 3 screws right back, if everybody can see that. I don't know why they put 3. It seems to me you would only need 2, 1 here and 1 there.
Because they wanted me to say 3 again.
Is that why they did it?
Yeah.
Those engineers and their sick sense of humor. And then I'll do these other 3 on the other side. Thank you. So that's probably the hardest part of the build, just because of all those decisions we have to make, from where it's going to be located, where we want the fans, what orientation we want the fans in. And that's as high up as I could get the fans to go. I can't get it any higher. But what you got to remember on this case is, because this canopy is at an angle, if it allowed me to put the fan up higher, it would probably have bumped up against the inside of this canopy, preventing it from sitting flush against the case. So they probably did me a little favor with that. This water block is huge, and that's going to go in on the motherboard. Wow, there's a lot of extra cable there. It'll go in like that. Yeah, I think that's going to look good.
We'll use the close-up camera when you mount the motherboard, or they've seen you mount a motherboard a zillion times.
So we already have the motherboard prepped. It's going to save us about 3 hours on this build, having that done on basically separating motherboard prep videos from motherboard installation videos.
Did you clean that CPU? Yeah, it looks pretty
Well, we'll do it again before we mount the bracket. However,
we're going to have to set it on its side for you to put the motherboard in.
And we could put the top back on it right now, but I'm going to just leave it off just in case.
Yeah.
I have to decide. You see the way these cables are coming out? I have to decide how I want to route these cables, because there's a hole back here I could drop the cables through, or I could leave them the way they've got it from the factory, but only 4 of the cables do that, and then 1 of them goes through. Why is that one different from all the others? It's not consistent. So I'm going to pick one way or the other, just to keep it all, nice and neat for the OCD. Let me go in the other room for a second, and let me have you talk to the crowd. We've been kind of...
I'll show them my bike.
We've been ignoring the audience, I feel. And I'm just looking for an excuse to step on camera from it. Let me get right into this drawer, please. And let me pick up this garbage.
Let's see. Ooh, that's a nice photo. Okay. Another one. Okay. I'll show you. Let's see if it'll focus. There's my bike right there. The Bumblebee. Very nice. But I was having to stop on my way to Vegas. Again, from here, Phoenix to Wickenburg, about an hour and 90 minutes. So that was a nice ride. Stopped for lunch, and then I pushed it all the way in, then from Wickenburg on into the Stratosphere. That was about 3.5. I think I might have stopped once for gas, just to get off the bike and stretch, but to go that distance without truly kind of a break, that was a bit much for an old guy like me, but it still was exciting, and I just wanted to do a longer ride. I've been riding mostly around here at Phoenix, the Bartlett Lake, that's pretty quick and things, and so yeah, showed him a photo of the bike, the Bumblebee, as people say, yeah, all modded out.
That you supposedly own?
Yeah.
This imaginary bike at your imaginary house.
That he's not seen.
He's living in the basement at his
Well,
parents' house.
I was gonna ride the bike over today, but it would mess up my beautiful hair.
Oh yeah, there's always an excuse. There's always a reason why. I wasn't able to get the bike today.
Yeah, Arizona, you don't have to wear a helmet, so I do have a pair of motorcycle goggles, and I could ride, but that's a little dangerous. I've only done that once, chat, ridden with the goggles. I must tell you, it's exhilarating without a helmet, but very, very dangerous. But
exhilarating and dangerous.
Yeah.
Sign me up.
At the same time. So
hey,
what are we going to do? Are we going to put solid state drives in?
We're going to have a
senior moment. Oh, okay.
We've got a squirrel moment here.
Okay.
Here's the deal. I had ordered, I don't know, something, and it said, with your order, you're going to get some free solid-state drives. Okay. It was one free solid-state drive if you ordered this other thing. And I needed the other thing. I didn't need the solid-state drives, and I needed 4 of them, so I got 4 solid-state drives. But these are just, are you sitting? These are only
240, 120s.
So what am I going to do with that? I mean, Windows 10 install is like 40 gigs all by itself.
Yeah.
You throw Office and a few applications on there, you're going to be out of space. So these are like useless, right? Throw them in the trash? No, not so quick.
Because the side.
You see that? And do you see that? And you see that?
Yeah.
These are all the same thing, made by different manufacturers, slightly different design.
Right.
But let me show people what they are. Close up. This is a SATA to USB adapter cable. This one's made by Ugreen. This one is just a generic one that Amazon sells. I'm not quite sure who makes it. Apparently China makes that. And then of course our friends over at Sabrent, they make one. Now these were not provided to me. I paid for these. They're about 10 bucks a piece, give or take. And here's what you can do. And you can do this with any solid state drive. This is not going to work with a mechanical drive because they need more power. They do sell units that have a power cable that you'd have to plug into the wall, to get power. But I recommend a drive toaster. You know what a drive toaster is?
I've seen one. Yeah.
And the drive toaster will work with these too. But here's the beautiful thing about these. I'm going to start with the Sabrent adapter. Honestly, it's just getting things out of the boxes that are.
You need the knife?
No, what I need is to get educated on how to unpack stuff.
Yeah.
They did a good job with the packaging on that, didn't they? Look at how it's kind of interesting. Instead of folding the cable up with a wire tie, they spiraled it. It's kind of cool in foam. And in the back shows the connector. Obviously, we're not saving any of this. This has got a nice long cord on it, right? Will you hand me one of those solid state drives? Now, you don't have to buy an enclosure. This, if you don't see a circuit board, that means it's already in an enclosure. So, save your money, just buy one of these cables, plug it on like that, and now you have, although physically a bit larger than a flash drive, this is a 120 gig flash drive that you can use to transport files, do backups. Now suddenly it has value. And you don't have to buy a cable for each drive. You could just have a stack of these and just keep using the same cable because it's fully modular. So there's one. Let's see another one. Give me that one in the plastic bag, and while I do that, you can open that box. How about that? Now this one even has little lights. There's a green and a red light. This is the same one I think that broke on me the other day. These are very inexpensive, this particular one. The cable's a bit shorter, and once again, we can grab one of these drives. This only goes in one way. It's apparently this way. No, it's gotta be this way. Just kind of get it over there, probably. There we go, so that the lights are on top, at the top of the drive. We have another flash drive there. I could have bought 3 of the same one, but I wanted to show you the variety and the different designs. They all do the same job. Ugreen is a fairly new manufacturer that I've noticed on Amazon the last year or so, and they seem to have really good quality products. And there's even documentation. I don't know. Just have 3 words: plug it in, right? Because there's no software you need to load. And if you format the drive in like FAT32, then you can read it on Windows and Mac. But you'll notice the length of the cables are a bit different between one manufacturer and another one. You'll notice this one is where the cable doesn't come out of the center like it does on this one. And the cable comes out of the center even on the Sabrent one. They went a different direction, quite literally, and have the cable coming out of one side. And that might matter to you. So again, you look at the connector. It's got one long connector, one skinny connector. The long one is providing power. The small one is the data. Then we just put that on like so. Boom, another 120 gig flash drive. Now, because these are brand new, they've never been partitioned or formatted. As soon as you plug it in, you would go to disk management. Disk management will automatically notice you have a unformatted and unpartitioned drive and offer those steps to you. But that'll be, if it doesn't happen automatically, you just go to disk management. And in Windows 10, a quick way to get there is to right mouse click on that little Windows start button down in the bottom left corner. It's a right click, and then you'll see disk management. There's a shortcut right to disk management. As soon as you bring that up, if the solid state drive is working and the cable's plugged into a working USB port, and this will work, I think, well, there's certainly USB 3. I don't know if they're 3.1, 3.2. You'll notice those options when you're on Amazon. And then, of course, there's a hard drive toaster. Now, a hard drive toaster will also work, but the benefit of a hard drive toaster is really for 3.5-inch mechanical drives that require not only the USB connection, but they require additional power. The USB port or the USB cables can carry power, but not as much as what a mechanical drive would require.
Show them that.
So this, if I just get rid of the dust, we call it a hard drive toaster or a hard drive dock. And if you look inside, it's got the connector in there. And these start around, I don't know, 15 bucks. They go to like $50 depending. They have dual ones and quadruple ones. And basically, you just make sure the connectors align properly. You'll see there's a cutout. The reason for the cutout is so that if you want to put a 2.5-inch drive in there, which way does this go? It'll go this way. It goes right in there like that. I think it's a little harder to seat it. There it is. See, that's being held in. You've got an on-off switch here, power cable where you're going to plug this into the wall, and this is a USB cable. That's all there is to it. Now, the nice thing about this is if you have a big stack of drives, and especially if you've got older mechanical drives, you want to use them for backups, if you want to use them for where you're going to be swapping them out all the time and you don't want to have to buy enclosures. Like me, I've got about 8 or 10 of these just here and another like 40 of them at the house. To hook them up requires hooking up cables and stuff. And as long as this stays attached to the computer, all I have to do is, again, align the drive correctly, and we just pop it in there. You will feel when it engages with the connector in the bottom. Now, because of the weight of a mechanical drive, if I turn this upside down like I did with the solid state drive, it's probably going to fall out, and that will most definitely break your mechanical hard drive. So don't do that. But yeah, this one's made by Pluggable. Pluggable makes that little NVMe enclosure I like. They make hard computer accessories, typically storage-related computer accessories like this. And I generally recommend turning the unit off before you switch out any drives, just for safety. You don't necessarily have to do that USB safe disconnect.
Right.
Just hit the switch on the back of this. Give the drive a minute, you'll hear it until it stops, and then you can just go ahead and pull that out, put another drive in, and then flip the switch back on again. And it's very easy to rotate around a library of mechanical drives, whether they're 3.5 inch, 2.5 inch, mechanical, or SSD. But if you only have like 1 or 2 SSDs, or even a mechanical 2.5 inch drive, the mechanical 2.5 inch drives will also work with these adapters. It's only the larger 3.5 inch drives that require more power that can be delivered. Than can be delivered by USB alone. Now I will add links to those products in the video notes. They're not there yet because this was a moment brought to you by squirrels.
Nutty the squirrel, right? Right.
And this is a great way of recycling or repurposing hardware that you might otherwise have, think is just garbage. People generally don't want to throw away things that still work, so they store it in a garage or somewhere and it just collects dust and they don't use it. Well, this is a way that you can continue to use, right? And later on, you can make wind chimes on them that are a bit muted in case your neighbors are sensitive.
Yep.
Okay, so let me go put these away.
Here, with one more.
Oh. Imagine, I'm like, what am I going to do with these 120 gig SSDs? They're perfect. They're brand new. I've never used them.
Right here.
Well, that's true. On the back of this case, as Mitch has pointed out, we do have
3 again.
3 brackets. And those brackets are there so that you could mount your 2.5 inch drive. You probably do it with the cables down.
Yeah. But that's nice.
Yeah, in fact, that's exactly the way, because there's a little stopper there.
But it's nice that it offers 3 of those.
But I took these out of the other one because they get in the way of the cable management. But for looks, I could just put I could put 3 of these in there and just not hook them up. Just because I think it kind of looks cool, but that's a pretty stupid thing.
Yeah, you may use them.
I will use these for flash drive alternatives for larger files. If you do format in FAT32, please know that you won't be able to copy any files larger than 4 gigabytes in size, because it'll say you don't have enough drive space. But what it's really trying to say is the FAT32 file system cannot accept files larger than 4 gigs. You need to go to NTFS or exFAT. When you format it, it should offer you those options. And then that removes that limitation of file size limitation of 4 gigs. That's how old the FAT32. Why is it FAT? File allocation table, 32-bit FAT32. Did you learn something, Mitch?
Every day.
He says, I've learned how easily distracted you are from actually doing any work.
All right.
What is in here?
Just directions. I stuffed the other things in there.
Oh, you kept it all together?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll put it over here with the rest of my treasure.
Motherboard time.
Is it?
Yeah.
Putting the motherboard in this, we're going to lay the case flat. And I'm worried if I lay the case flat that this plastic piece here is going
to scratch.
So I'm going to go ahead and remove it before we get started. If anything, this plastic piece can go back on, but we'll just keep it up. I mean, if I only had 2 I could remove, I took off the wrong one. What are the odds? Well, if you know me, for about 100%. If I can go left or right, whatever decision I make, it should have been the other one. That's okay. I do get there. It just takes me long. The reason you would take these off is the hinge that holds the glass, that also comes off. This is great if you want to customize this case. You can like paint these red like they were calipers on a car. Then further, if you wanted to take the whole front that's behind the canopy, the screws that hold that on, and this whole piece right here, this sort of, what's that called, tuxedo?
Cummerbund.
Cummerbund, it's kind of like that. You take these screws out of here, and then there's a couple down here, and this whole part that says Thermaltake comes off for even more access and more customization.
So if we're careful, we can lay it on its side, and I don't think we'll scratch.
We're not going to hurt. This is solid.
Right. Okay.
This is not cheap metal. This is a thick gauge metal. We're going to gouge into the Lazy Susan, but you know what? That's what it's for. I'd rather gouge into that than into the tabletop. Okay. We could lay a blanket or a towel down to prevent that, but I don't care. So, yes, please.
Okay.
I'm going to get rid of this box.
And then shall we break out the other cam?
Not for this, because you know this case is like the big robot's foot case, like the larger version of this. They have this big open back.
Okay.
So people can see this is where my I/O ports are going.
Okay.
So when I lay the case down, the question is, are all the motherboard standoffs located in the right place? So we can just drape that over the other side, or
I'll hold it.
Or you can hold it. So I'm going to do a test fit here. And that means basically that I'm going to put the motherboard in but not screw it down, just to see if all the standoffs are in the right places. They should be. It's a micro ATX case and a micro ATX board. So once I align it, everything should already be in the right location for the mounting. I need my glasses and I'm going to need my shoes. One, two, three standoffs. 4, 5, 6, 7. Is there one here? Nope. I counted 7. 1, 2. Let me count how many mounting holes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll check again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And now we count the standoffs just to make sure that we have no hidden standoff, because I can't see through the motherboard where there aren't any holes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So out of the box, this case is already set up for a micro ATX board. It looks like you could put a mini ITX board in here too, which would look very funny to have a big case and tiny motherboard in it, but it will accommodate it. And again, you wouldn't have to move any standoffs. They're already in the proper location for that. When selecting a motherboard for an open back case like this, I would definitely consider one that has the I/O shield built in, because this is going to stay like that. There's no back panel. This is how the back is going to forever look. And then we have glass that's going to come out to the sides, and then there's that top, the little helmet, okay, like Darth Vader's helmet. And in the box, this black box that came with the case, there'll be the screws that go to those standoffs that we need right now. Rinse it for there. Thermaltake gives us some nylon zip ties. They give us some rubber feet for something. I don't know where those go. This is an interesting option. I haven't seen this in a long time.
Yes.
We used to put these on in the 90s. The little motherboard beep, you know, if you want that. You used to make cases that had a little speaker in the front of them. Mm-hmm. Remember that?
Yep.
Back when you used to watch, what was the name of that show with Haas?
Bonanza.
Bonanza, there you go.
And Underdog.
Underdog, I forgot about Underdog.
Have no fear, Mitch is here. Mm-hmm.
All right, so these long, so again, we have these long screws that have a shoulder on them. Mm-hmm. This is a shoulder, in case you didn't know what a shoulder was, this smooth area of the screw where the threads stop. And these are usually used for mounting fans through a thicker, you know, area where you've got to go through the area, then finally into the threads. These are usually for case fans on certain areas of the case, and it looks like they're going to give us 8 of these. We won't be using any of these probably ever. They also have given us an extra standoff, 2 extra standoffs. It's always nice to have extra standoffs, and there's the little rubber foot that was missing. It came off from this little sticker. Put that back where it goes. So I know I don't need these, so I want to get them off my bench before they fall off into the carpet. If you ever drop something really tiny into carpet, even a contact lens, a little trick is if you have a vacuum cleaner that has the hose attachment, put some nylons over the hose, and then when you run the hose over the carpet and it grabs onto whatever it is, it won't suck it into the vacuum cleaner. So a little tip from your Uncle Carey. This is a nice touch. Thermaltake gives us this little socket that's got a Phillips head screw, if it will focus. And the other side of it is the 5mm socket that would fit over the standoffs to tighten them down or remove them. You know, I have a tool specifically for that. Most people don't. And most motherboard, or case manufacturers rather, don't give you that consideration, right? You should have the tools. They don't provide you a screwdriver. Why should they provide you a socket? It's a nice touch when they do that. And this is something that I would advise you to keep it a little toolbox. Don't necessarily keep it with the case, because if you're going to be working on computers, that socket also fits on those little screws here around the, sometimes customers, they tighten their video cables down, and then the screw backs out with the thing, and anyway, that's the same size there, and the same as the motherboard standoffs. I like that they give that to us. Now, I don't know if those standoffs are going to use the fine threaded screws or the coarse threaded screws. It's always the same debate. So I've got both fine threaded and the coarse threaded screws, and I've got a spare standoff, and I just want to, let's see if a coarse threaded one works. It's coarse. Okay, so then the question is, how many did I need? 7?
Yeah.
Let's make sure I have 7 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And out of curiosity, we have 2 more standoffs that are extra, so there should be 2 more of these. There's 1, 2. Well, they give us a lot more than 1, 2, 3, 4. If you're wondering, like, which screws do I use? Sometimes there's a hint in how many screws they give you. So for the standoffs, if there's a specific screw they want you to use for the standoffs, then they'll be just the same number. We know we have 7 plus 2, that's 9. And I'm just kind of curious if they gave us 9 of any type of screw here. The traditional hex head, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. And the rest of these are fine threaded. So no help there. These coarse threaded ones that I'm going to use for the motherboard are also often used for 3.5-inch hard drive installs. So I think that's why they give you these. I'm not sure, because they're more or less the exact same thread and length as a traditional These are the traditional hex head screws. Again, if the camera will focus for us, you'll see. And it looks like the screws that Thermaltake has given us in addition are exactly the same length and thread. They just have a different style of head on them. So technically, either one would work equally well, except we don't have enough of these to cover 7 standoffs. They only gave us 4.
Okay.
And the rest are fine threads. So the fine threads, if we were going to mount those 3 SSDs in the back, those 200, remember we showed those brackets? Each one of those would take 4. So that would be 12, right? So you'd use these fine threads. It would be 4, 8, 12. And then they still give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 more. So there must be a place somewhere where there's the opportunity to mount 3 more things that would, basically, the gist of it is they're giving you more than you need here. I can't imagine, even if you decked out this case, max, you know, because it's a micro ATX board, you can only put a couple cards in it, that you still wouldn't utilize all those screws.
Yeah. Okay.
Overkill is good. Makes me feel like I got good value for my money instead of giving me the bare minimum. That definitely did not go in. We start in the middle. These aren't going in straight at all. See how it's tough? Well, I don't like the quality of the threads on the standoffs. It's very easy to get these screws to go in sideways, and I should not be using an electric driver because if I'm not careful with it, when it goes in on an angle like that, and every one of these is doing it, it's a good way to damage the screw or the standoff. Can I see my yellow-handled driver from the drawer, please? Most of the time when the screws don't go in straight, it's because the board isn't aligned properly. So I'm not going to tighten these screws down because I need the board to wiggle around so I can get all the holes to align. Boy, that's a tough one to get in there. Look at that. Look at the angle I've got to get on.
Yeah.
That kind of sucks. I have an idea. Let's do this. Use this extra long bit. This ought to help. The problem with this is you get wobble.
Yeah.
Then that can make it difficult to keep the screw straight. But at least now I don't have, the driver's still hitting this support bar. And that support bar can come out. There's 2 screws here. You know what, let me just take it out. This is bugging me. Can I see the black screwdriver?
This one?
Yeah. Thank you. This is a different screw type, so I want to keep that in its own little section because it needs to sit flush with the case. So there's 2 screws on each side of it. Those 2 there, and then these 2. And that's just really there to keep the case rigid. So we can remove it while we're working on it, but it's important we put it back. Seems like it doesn't want to come out. It's like it's stripped. That's in there tight too. So I'm wondering if I have to pull on it. Yeah, that's exactly what I have to do. Because it's a support, it fits in rather tight. And this, I think this last screw is stripped out. There it goes. Yeah, look at it. Yep. So let me just keep that in the same orientation. Now,
Very easy.
I should be able to go straight down without having to tilt the driver. I'm just so worried about cross-threading that putting the driver in on an angle isn't helping that. Oh, that's so much easier. Yeah. Holy smokes. And we've got the 3 across the top here. Everything is in the way, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like one problem after another.
There you go.
Is that down? No, it's not. Still not threading out. That is really frustrating. It's just not seating all the way. It's like it has to come forward. Yeah, that's exactly the problem. I should have one more. Did I brought out 8, right? 1, 2, 3.
I think you brought out
4,
7.
5, 6, 7. Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
I think I did bring out 7. I need 8. Let's move those hoses that way. I've never had such difficulty. You don't expect that on a higher end case like that to have such wonky threads that would encourage the screw to go in on an angle like that. Can we move maybe move this hose out of the way of the driver so I can get more of a straight? Loosen these up a little bit. I think the reason it's doing it is the board needs to be pushed more towards the back to get the alignment. Yeah, it's moved. My problem now is the driver is getting in its own way. Let's try maybe a smaller driver. So with a manual, I know you're just looking at my back right now, and I apologize about that, but this is like taking all of my focus for me to even get in the right position here. You know, I could have taken the motherboard tray out, but I didn't think it was going to be this difficult. There it goes. Finally got it straightened out. And I'm going to go ahead and tighten the rest of these down by hand.
Yeah.
Because they've got me nervous.
Again, take your time on your build. If you come to an issue, never force. Take a break.
Yeah, and you know what? If you get frustrated, maybe take a siesta. Yeah, that's much better now. I can't really feel them with the electric driver the way I can turning them by hand. And for most builds, I don't have to because they have a very positive confirmation when they go in. But on this one, yeah, they're not good. They're definitely not the quality I would expect.
Oh, you're going to want to put
this
that
back in.
right
Yeah.
back in, yeah.
So you'll notice on this piece, one side goes up, one side goes down. I didn't want Mitch to turn it. So if I kept it the same orientation, I wouldn't have to think about how it was going to go back in. I'm not a big fan of thinking any more than I have to. I've thought a lot about that.
Yeah.
That's the conclusion I've come to.
Because he hurts himself.
Well, sometimes, well, better that than hurting others.
Yeah. There you go.
almost don't even need screws to hold it in. And then I'll put those same screws right back in.
Do you have an extra one, or you have to put the strip one in?
I'm gonna put the stripped one back. I'm not worried about it. These are not going to be removed again anytime soon. It's not biting very well. It's got a different head on it. There's nothing that makes me cringe more than watching somebody use a butter knife or a Swiss Army knife to put a computer together. Like if you've got enough money to afford several $100s in parts, I think you can drop $10 on a screwdriver. But hey, I mean, it's your build. If you want to put together hundreds of dollars of parts with your Swiss Army knife, or what were those all-in-one tools called that were all the rage? They had like
Leatherman.
Leatherman, thank you. Yeah, if you built a computer with a Leatherman, yeah.
But every film shoot that I do where I'm working on a crew, not acting, I always have one of those on my belt.
Well, typically a crew member like a Grip would have a Leatherman for the studio stuff, but not for on-camera stuff.
No. That and a very powerful little mini flashlight that I have.
Do you like that one?
I do, yeah, I do.
That's a $50 flashlight. Do you know why?
It's steel.
Well, yeah, but I've got steel flashlights that are, let me show you something. Let me show you something. First of all, this is made by Streamlight.
What happened to those ones you used to get three for?
Oh, I still have those.
$3 and get a
Yeah,
whole
they're $2.50
a piece.
if you buy them in bulk.
But that's a lot brighter. I mean,
not only is this brighter, but this doesn't take batteries.
Oh,
It's got a rechargeable lithium battery in it, and it comes with a charging cable. So if you just pull this down,
nice.
it exposes the charging port right there, if you can see it. And then it'll have a light, like a red light that shows you that it's charging. And then just close it back up. And so I don't have to buy batteries.
Right.
When I'm done, I plug it in, let it wait till the red light goes off. I don't know that it's worth $50, but I'm sure I spend more than $50 on batteries for those cheap flashlights. So you're gonna pay one way or the other.
Want me to clean the CPU?
Yeah, would you?
Yeah. Oh, sound effects bending over.
I'm going to put all the rest of these screws back into this bag.
Are we having fun, Chad? I'm having fun. I don't know about Uncle Carey, but I'm having.
Barrel of monkeys over here.
Barrel of monkeys.
Playing Pong. Have you seen that Elon Musk with his Neuralink? They posted a video on Twitter of a monkey where they've embedded the Neuralink. It's like skull mounted. It's just under the skin on the outside of the skull. And they said the monkey is playing the game of Pong. Now, how does a monkey know how to play Pong? Is it just instinct?
He'd have to watch somebody.
You think that monkey see, monkey do? I'm just going to plug the speaker in. I wouldn't normally, but I mean, I haven't done it in such a long time. How's that cleaning up?
Beautiful, beautiful. I said that the last time and you pulled a lot of gunk off. Okay, but I'm telling you that's good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I want to get rid of some of these boxes before I trip on them.
Cleaner than a hound's tooth. How's that? All right. What did I use? I used 99% rubbing alcohol. Ooh. Paging Dr. Carey in his glove. He needs all the gloving he can get. Isn't that right, Nutty? Right. All right.
All right, sorry about that.
Somebody says, Mitch and Carey having fun ignoring the chat. That's why all the craziness tonight. Okay.
How many people we got in the chat? How many people are watching right now? Let's see. We've been on camera this whole time?
Yeah.
492 people are watching. And let's see, Captain Blinsky has contributed $10. Says, refurbishing my beloved 15-year-old Dell. It's a micro ATX tower with up-to-date components. The tips and tricks have been invaluable. Keep on rocking the builds. Hey, thank you, Captain. XRod666 with $5 contribution says, put them all in a RAID. Put the 3 2.5-inch 120 gig drives into like a RAID 0. So it'd be 360 gigs. And if one fails, you lose everything. And think of all the extra cable management you get to do. Thank you, XRod, for that terrible suggestion, but a nice contribution.
Nutty's blocking me. All right.
And Alex Holg, I can't tell if it's an I or an L, contributes $5. He says, thanks for the info and inspiration, Carey and Mitch. Well, thank you. Make sure you're blue. Make sure XRod is blue too. And we will, is Richard S. still in there? I know I gotta make him blue again. I don't see him though. I know he was there earlier.
He'll be back.
Let's take a look here. Yeah, there's Richard S. We'll turn Richard S. blue again. Okay, guys, I'm just catching up with the chat room right now. When you build a computer, Mitch gets his wings.
Oh, nice.
Chicken wings.
Yeah.
Is this the same squirrel?
Yeah.
It looks like he's got a collar on.
Yeah.
Didn't know he was into that. All right, we'll put him over here. No, you know what? I'm going to move him away. He's too distracting.
Ah, here's our thermal paste. Right here.
Okay, so
Paste, check. Glove, check.
I have no idea how this all goes together.
Oh.
We're not ready to do the thermal paste until we put the mounting bracket on first.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And we have a lot of different mounting brackets there for different systems because, again, this cooler claims to work with not only AM4
That's
and
all. That's
Intel,
all on here, though.
but also Threadripper. Yeah. So one of these brackets is what we need. Well, these were the extra screws for. Oh, they're not extra. We might need to use them.
Now we got to put the case upright because you got to mount.
Yes. Yeah.
You got to mount that.
You do that. I'll hold the. Let me do the heavy lifting.
Yeah.
Thank you. And we'll turn this so everybody can see how beautiful it is. And then the Silverstone instructions right here. Wow, that's
Mr. I never read the instructions. Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
What that side of it isn't going to help me very much.
Okay.
That's a map on how to get here.
Yeah. Glasses.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to need those. How did you know? There they are. I referenced Mr. Magoo, but it continues to age us.
Intel.
Let me show everybody what we're looking at here. I like that it's one page, but you think they could have made it half this. It looks like if they'd have just gave us a standard sheet of paper and printed on both sides. But we want the Intel side of things, which is right here. So these are the steps we have to follow. And it's just pictures, really. There's no words, so I like that. I bought a cooler just to read the articles. It's another reference. Is my microphone on? Hello, is this on? Hello?
Testing. Yeah.
So what bracket? That's the one with the 4 thingies.
Yeah,
So it's that one.
there's 4 thingies.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4 on each side.
Right.
And then what do we do? So it's going to be, this is a socket 1151. So this bracket and this bracket, one is Ryzen and one is Threadripper. So we will not use either of these U-shaped brackets.
Okay.
So these can be put just out of the way. So anything regarding cables, now we're sort of ahead of the game. We'll just keep all that together. And now we've got a number of different sets of screws in here and the thermal compound from Silverstone. What do we have? It'd be nice if they labeled the bags with Intel or AMD. So this one has these long standoffs. Mm-hmm. They're like thumb screws with one long edge and one short edge. These are used on AMDs only, so we won't. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe not. Maybe not. These are used on, one set is used for AMD and another set is used for socket 2011 or 2066.
That it actually says. 2011.
Oh, you're right. That bag says 2011. That bag says TR4. That TR means Threadripper. So those we don't use. And this bag says, so the one bag I picked up is the one that doesn't have any writing. Again, I have a talent.
Yep.
I just have to figure out how to use it to my advantage.
Don't bet at the track. All right.
Yeah, no, I don't, seriously.
Last place.
I don't do well at gambling. I bet you, if you and I went somewhere where there was anything to gamble, I would run out of money first. Even betting the same amounts, using the same machines. I'm just lucky that way.
So then how do you know which direction? And that's nice that it does say Intel right on it.
Yep, it's engraved in there, etched on. It says Intel. Typically, oh, and the other side says AMD.
Oh.
So this would be used for socket AM4 or 1366, 1151, any of the Intel or standard sockets. So if you notice on one side it says, right up here, it says Intel. And on the other side, if I flip it, it says AMD. So the question is, do you turn it in the direction where you can read it, or do you turn it in the direction of the motherboard?
Yeah. You'll figure it out.
I'm going to guess you'd have to turn it in the direction where you can read it.
Like that.
And the reason for that, the reason I can come to that conclusion, is the bracket will actually make contact with the back of the motherboard, which would short circuit it.
Okay.
But if we look at the diagram, it says Intel, and it shows that it's, well, according to this diagram, it's showing that the words face towards the motherboard. See that?
Yeah.
See how those screws are going in
Yep.
towards the word Intel, but that's really going to push that right up against That's awfully close.
And that's not what these washers are for, no. I don't know. Maybe. That looks like a washer.
So here's what
there.
it's, so here's what it's telling us to do.
Okay.
For this socket, this is a little bit confusing, but I'll just start with one because, yeah, let's do that. Let's start with that one and that one. And, that says Intel. We're gonna go to this, it wants me to go this way. Oh, that's interesting. Look how the top of the screw, it's got an edge. It's not round. It's round-ish.
Flat, yeah.
It's got a flat side. I wonder why. Why does it have a flat side? It's got to have a reason. It shows it rotate to align it. I'm gonna put one in. As soon as I figure it out, I'll bring it to the camera so it looks like I know what I'm doing. You'll say, "Wow, it looks like he's done that before." And it shows the flat edge goes, I don't think it matters, but it's showing it goes away from the rounded part of the of the hole that we're putting it through. And then this little washer is going to hold it so that it won't fall out as soon as I try to put the other one on. So it's going to be a little bit of a tight fit, and then it holds that screw in for us.
Nice.
So now that I've done one, I can take it up to the camera and show everybody what I'm doing. Because this bracket is used universally for socket AM4 or sockets, as I mentioned, 1151, 1200. On the Intel side, it's got what Mitch was talking of, 4 thingies. These here, these 2 that are narrow and close together, these are for AMD, and the ones that are further out are for Intel. And the way I know that is because there's only 2 different places to put screws, and on these longer ones, there's 3. Do you see there's a little tiny, cover it up maybe? The screw can go into 3 different positions here. It can go in at the bottom, it can go in at the middle, or it can go in at the top, depending on which socket you're using. The diagram shows that the etching of the word Intel, which is here, is up as these screws are coming through. That's what the picture shows. So that's important that we get this direction correct. That's very important. The flat part I was talking about on these screws, which have a shoulder on them, if you look at the head of it, it's got a flat side right there. And it shows that the flat side in the picture faces the opposite way of the curve. So you see how there's one side of this is completely machined straight across, trying to point at it right here, and that there's little dips down below. And it's showing the flat edge, and I don't know that this matters or if it seats any differently, would be put into the middle position for a socket 1151 board, like that. It should sit flush with the flat edge opposite of those rounded holes or rounded edges of that slot. And then this little washer is going to fit loosely over the threads, but as soon as we get to the shoulder, it's going to have resistance. And we're going to just push that on there, and it should have a nice snug fit and hold that screw in position for us. Now, this would be nice if this was done for us out of the factory, or if this was an easier installation method. It's not rocket science, but it's a little more advanced, a little more complicated, because it fits so many different sockets. You have to pay a little bit more attention and do a little bit more work to accommodate whichever socket you have. As a first-time builder, I wouldn't recommend a liquid cooler in general, certainly not this one, because of the complexity in it, unless you think it's no big deal. I mean, you judge for yourself, but I think a first-time builder should stick with something simple, and then you'll be more likely to succeed, and you'll say, wow, that was easy, I want something more challenging next time. This would be a great next time build. Depending on your skill level, of course. So I'm just going to put in the other 2 here real quick. Water cooled. What if it leaks? It does kind of bother me that they say water cooled because it's actually a chemical. You can't drink it. It would poison you. If it was water, you'd be able to drink it. And this chemical is supposed to be non-conductive, but it's sealed from the factory. There's really no way for it to leak unless you've cut into it or drilled into it, or you've done something to cause the factory sealing, or maybe it was damaged in shipping. But yes, if it leaks, even if it's non-conductive, it still may cause permanent damage to your hardware. There's a risk to liquid cooling.
Okay, so now that goes.
So now we've got all 4 of the screws in there, right? And if I turn this around so people can see it, seems odd to me that the words are etched towards the motherboard so that the out part says AMD. Yep. But it will say AMD upside down. This should fit perfectly. Can people see? Not so much. This should fit perfectly right here if we put the screws in the right locations. And you see these cutouts and how they conveniently go around. Notice there's 2, see these 2 screws here? And then there's 1 down there. Watch how that accommodates those. That's just reassuring that we've got it in the proper orientation. Look at you, throwing trash around my house like you live here.
And now, what's next? You want?
I don't know. I got to look back at the documentation. Let's see what it says. So we got that part done. Now it says it's time to put the thermal compound on, and these spacers. So we're going to have to lay the case down again. We've got these large spacers and these thumb screws, and the way these are going to work is this large spacer is going to sit down onto the screw, and then that are coming up from that back plate that we just put in, and then the water block goes on top, and then we tighten the water block down with these spring-loaded thumb screws.
Okay.
So, and that's it. That'll be the. And then we have to hook power up to it, and we can turn it on.
Sound effects.
Yeah, I knew that was going to happen.
Yeah.
Oh, you're holding it?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay.
I got it, I ain't got it. Now I got it.
So I'm just going to slide the little plastic standoffs down. Well, that one fits.
Maybe those rubbers were supposed to go on that side.
No, you know what? When you turn these one direction, one side is tighter. Do you feel that?
Gotcha.
And that's going to hold it into position. So one side of this
is smaller.
Yeah, and if it's on there with some friction, and it's going to hold that back plate. That's a nice touch. I like that. And since I can't push back on the back plate, I'm pulling up on the screw until it seats against the board. I'm glad they did that. Yeah, nice. Why do these screws seem like it's coming out further than this one? Oh, because it is. Let's go ahead and pick it back up for a second. Yeah, that's a little strange. those screws have to be flush to lock, otherwise they'll just spin and spin and spin. And so that one in the top left corner had come out a little bit and it wasn't rotated correctly, and so therefore it wasn't locked in, and it was spinning.
Well, that's probably why they have the flat side, right?
No, I still don't figure out the flat side. I don't know why that's there. That doesn't seem to do anything.
Okay.
No idea. Maybe it's some indication, since you can't see what's happening underneath, that it's something to measure against.
Okay.
Say, okay, all the flat sides should be in a certain direction, facing towards each other, top and bottom. Sort of like a landmark. I don't know. So it looks like you did a good job cleaning the CPU there. That could be your new job from now on. That's your reward for doing a good job.
There you go.
I will go ahead and put the thermal compound before I lay it flat again, just because people like to watch this part. Are you ready for your exam?
I've had all my shots.
Do you have evidence of that?
I do, on my phone.
Did you get a rabies shot?
No, saliva test.
Distemper?
Distemper, yeah.
Ortello?
Yeah. Now it looks like they've included enough compound.
They've included what?
Enough compound in the tube.
Yeah. It's hard to know how long the plunger is, but yes, because this water block, if you notice, the heatsink is giant, because a Threadripper will pretty much take up all of that, which would mean you'd need enough, think about that,
Yep.
you would need enough thermal compound
To cover that.
Entire
thing.
well, maybe not where the screws are,
Right.
but at least from the edge of each on a Threadripper, and certainly the top to bottom. So we never apply thermal compound to the bottom of the heatsink. We always apply the thermal compound to the CPU, and then when the heatsink goes on it, I mean, because otherwise you have to guess. You'd have to guess, where does the thermal compound go? If you just put the thermal compound on the CPU, then when you align the water block with those screws right there, then the thermal compound will automatically go where it needs to on the back of the water block. That's a big old piece of copper. That's a,
Very nice.
yeah, that's really cool. No pun intended. Oh, this has plastic sealing. I guess they don't want this to break free and leak.
What do you need?
I'm gonna need a razor blade.
Oh, needle nose razor blade.
The box cutter, yeah. You think there'd be a pull tab? Oh, it does show you how much is in here. Okay. It's got a little window, and you can see the plunger right there.
Nice.
Yeah, it's nice. But you think there'd be a pull tab or something to break the seal on this? They're not normally sealed. This would be a nice way to cut myself live on camera.
Make sure you cut towards yourself.
I don't really have a choice. I don't know how else I can do this. Look at that. I have the delicate hands of a baby bird. It's not come off, does it? Okay, so I got the little plastic off around the edges there, and didn't manage to stab myself, not once.
Pea size. I never believe that grain of rice, depending on, you know.
Is it brown rice or white rice?
Or white always.
Well, this thermal compound is
You like brown rice? Yeah, I guess fried rice too.
it's very dry. Very dry.
Okay.
Feels
Matthews, do not cut yourself. Never.
Well, I was going to, but since you said not to, I guess I'll. Yeah. You know, I think this thermal compound is a bit old. It's not spreading. Look at that.
Want me to get you a Scott towel? Have you got extra? You must have extra.
Extra thermal compound or extra towels?
Well, you want to take that off if you don't think it's good or if it's old. I mean,
It's gummy.
what do you think? Put a little more on there.
Might as well use it up. Well, first of all, there wasn't enough in this tube to cover a Threadripper. There's just not enough there.
Yeah.
And it appears that it's old. See, can you see that on the camera?
Yeah.
See what it's doing?
Yeah.
It's like, it's gummy. It's sticking more to the glove. Yeah, we're gonna clean that up.
Okay.
We're not gonna
Yeah,
use these.
that.
Well, that's a
Okay.
shame.
Yep. Disappointing, but
It shouldn't. Thermal grease contains high performance conductive material, is not edible. Okay. All this other stuff doesn't claim it's not edible, so I guess we can eat it. Let me take this glove off. Well, that's a bummer. Not quite sure how that happened. Yeah, barely any stuck. Look at that. Barely any stuck to the CPU at all. Yeah, there's barely any on there. That is bizarre.
just terrible, terrible.
Terrible?
As
You Charles Barkley?
Charles Barkley.
Terrible. Thanks.
CPU boy.
Hey, don't undersell that. You anticipated what I needed and had it ready, so your training is coming along nicely, Padawan.
Nurse Mitch. All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna need another one. It's still coming out pretty dirty. That was some old thermal compound. That was very old. I haven't had that cooler that long for that to be something to be expected. If you've got compound sitting around for about 2 years, it's about 2 years from when it was made that it'll exhibit that type of texture.
But you got some fresh.
Oh, I got lots of fresh. Yeah. Normally I don't dry these off with the other end of the Q-tip, and you can see I'm trying to pull up more material.
One more.
Yeah. Yes, please. This is 99%. This up.
Rubbing alcohol.
Yeah, and I got this off Amazon. I couldn't find it. The stuff I found local, at like Walgreens and CVS, was lower alcohol percentage. You definitely want to use low. If you see that there's like a 70%, that's for wounds. That's for decontamination. Of.
Did you try on Amazon to get denatured, but it was pretty pricey, right? I mean.
Yeah, they sell it, but the seller, it's not an Amazon issue, it's a seller issue. They were wanting too much money for it.
But you went to your local place.
But denatured has really just got a flavoring in it to keep you from drinking it. So they had a problem with, sailors at sea and stuff drinking that stuff that's used for ship maintenance. So they put some stuff in there. If you drank it, it'd make you sick. All right. So what you want is a high alcohol content. Whether it's denatured or not, you shouldn't be drinking it.
You good? Is that right?
Yes, thank you. And then in this drawer, I have other thermal compound. Got this tube of Noctua compound we'll use. And another nitrile, not a rubber glove, not a vinyl glove. This is a nitrile glove. These are non-sterile. They're pretty inexpensive.
Is that enough?
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be enough. If not, well, I wouldn't mix two different thermal compounds together. I have multiple tubes of the same compound.
Right.
So we have, well, that's not the same one. This one is the same one.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm a little worried about that. I'll use this one. Thanks. I needed the anxiety, Mitch. See if that's any fresher.
Oh yeah.
Wait, don't put that away yet. I think I put more than enough on there, but I just want to make sure. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, like you said, the other one was gummy.
Very gummy. Should be more viscous. Shouldn't be watery, but it shouldn't be gummy. I got a little bit on this side. Can you give me one of those Q-tips?
Sure.
Nobody's ever going to see it, but it just bugs me. Definitely want to keep the Q-tip away from the CPU now because the threads of the cotton can come off of there. So when I do that unnecessary thing that I'm doing right now, I want to be very careful. There we go. That looks good. Now I'm going to go ahead and lay the case flat so I can use gravity to assist me in getting that water block seated. And I have to, at this point, remove that plastic from the bottom of the water block that's keeping it free of dust, fingerprints, oils from your skin.
Right there.
Yeah. And I like, it's got a, see
Pull
this?
tab.
This is a great idea. I wish Scythe did this.
Okay.
So you, if you put this on and forgot to take this off, you'd see that sticking out at you.
Now, what orientation?
Well, we want it so the hoses are going to come out on the right side. Wow. You know what? I don't like that. It's going right up against my RAM. Well, I guess it's okay. It just fits.
Quite a close-up we have there on the camera.
Oh, my bad. Bear with me for a minute here, folks. You grab the scissors over there. Bear with me. I will adjust the camera as soon as I hold this water block down with 2 screws. Let's go ahead and set that back up right, and I will show people what we're doing. I've got 2 of the screws, 2 of the thumb screws holding that water block on at opposite angles, opposite corners.
Whoa.
I don't know. I'm thinking I could rotate that 90 degrees and have the hoses come out the top.
But again, remember the glass.
Yeah, I'm just thinking the hoses are kind of interfering with the view. So if I have the hoses and the cables coming out from the top.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter with the logo. I mean, obviously.
That's what I like. That's what I'm saying. Usually they have a logo
yeah.
Yeah, because they didn't put any words on it, that's a good step. And does the documentation mention any preference? What do you guys in the chat room think? Should I rotate that so the hoses are up here? Yeah, they're very careful in the instructions to only show the block without any particular orientation. There's no hoses in the diagram. That was a clever way to prevent people with OCD being worried about it, I guess. Yeah, I think maybe we should rotate it. You know, let's just see what it looks like if we rotate it. Let's lay it flat one more time, and I'll just turn it 90 degrees. I won't have to reapply the thermal compound. It's never been turned on. It's still clean. So you guys don't have to worry about having to take it all back off and do it again. I realize the camera's still in that close-up mode, so once again, just bear with me for a moment. Let's pick that back up one more time. Let's see what the audience thinks of that orientation. It definitely is going to look better with this case because we can put the extra slack in the hose up here. I got to back the camera off a little bit. Now we can put the extra slack in the hose up here that's going to be covered up, and we're going to have a much cleaner look, especially if we run our cable management this way. What do you guys think? Huh?
I like it.
That really pairs well together.
Do it. Michael says, perfect.
Let's see those other two thumb screws. We'll put those in right now. Thank you. Normally I tighten each side down, but because I did these two corners evenly, then the other two corners shouldn't have to be.
People are saying much better.
Much better?
Much better, yeah.
Is that screw turning at all? It seems like it's not.
Nope.
That's better. That's the problem with these electric drivers, is you can very easily cross-thread. You should definitely do not use an electric driver on your heatsink. I'm only doing it because I'm an idiot. Can I see my yellow handle driver, please? Because I want to tighten these down just a little more. The only reason I'm doing that at all is because I have the torque setting set so lightly. Yeah, that one's turning quite a bit more. Quite a bit more, wow.
Yeah. And you want it right on that CPU.
Now that one's spinning, isn't it?
Let me see. That one is spinning, yeah. So
What's the
what
problem?
do we do?
What happened? Is it still spinning?
No, because I'm holding it.
Okay, let me take that thumb screw off. Are you able to realign it so that you don't have to hold it? Can you? It generally means that the screw's not.
Gotcha. Wait a minute. I'll realign it.
It needs to go this way.
Well, it's down, right? See how these are both?
Yeah, they face each other. How did that happen?
I don't know.
Yeah, Silverstone could really improve this part of the installation. Whoa, I just felt it turn. Should not be turning. Well, you know what? That one turned. If the back of the screw is turning, it means it's not seated correctly into the screw is not inserted correctly into the bracket. But Silverstone shouldn't make that so easy to get out of alignment. That's really strange. Very, very strange. Yeah, it's gonna rotate. That's what it's gonna do. It's not going anywhere. But
You'll know
by the smoke and fire.
yeah, whether it's
I'm not gonna do a whole lot with cable management on this, just because I want to fire it up and we'll wrap it up. I'm starting to feel hungry.
I'm a bit peckish, yeah.
Peckish for chicken.
Tyson only.
You know, there's a new brand I've seen at the grocery store. I think it's called Redbird, in the fresh chicken area, like where they have hamburger and stuff. And I've had pretty good luck with that. Very fresh.
Then you're gonna need the fans, of course.
Yeah. Well, we got motherboard power hooked up, and then we're gonna use onboard video for now.
Probably I'll take off these wire ties, right?
No, go ahead and leave those on for right now. This is just, this will go on the water block. Sometimes there's a fan header for an all-in-one pump. That says system fan 2. That just says CPU fan. I don't see one that says water block. That's disappointing that this board doesn't have a water block header, water pump header. What you can do in most cases is tell the BIOS that you don't want it to control the CPU fan, to just have it be 12 volts all the time, or 5 volts, whatever. I think it's 12. But yeah, that's a system fan header. That's a system fan header.
AC's drafting with a $50 contribution says, light it up.
Light up that crystal.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna have to do for right now. I just wanna get this thing powered on. Let's make sure it boots.
But you got to have the radiator fan spinning as well.
Yeah, I want to do the standard cables first. Do me a favor, put that away for me. Will you hand me those? Oh, front USB, that's gonna go, let's bring that in right here. Thank you. So there's our front USB ports.
And then what's this? What do you want here? Ooh. Is that a SATA? That's a SATA.
SATA? What do you mean SATA?
SATA.
No, that's a USB 3.2.
Oh, okay.
That's the Type-C connector,
Okay.
and our motherboard does not have a place for that, so we will not be hooking that up.
Okay.
Silverstone does make an add-in card that we could.
HD audio.
Helps when you put the connector in the right orientation. I had it upside down. Audio, that one's gonna come. Can you bring that in right down here? So close. Got it. That one's gonna go with the missing pin facing down.
And the rest of our little doodads. Power reset HDD light.
Yeah, those you can give to me. Can you get them in right here? Nice job.
Can you see that?
I can now.
Aziz,
Aziz, light. Where's Mila Jovovich when you need her?
over in France, visiting the parasites.
I see what you did. And there goes our one French viewer.
Okay.
Push all that out there. Is that everything?
Yeah.
So we just have to give power to the pump
And
to the fans.
and the fans.
Now a couple ways we can do this. If we want the fans to be controlled by the pump, we can do that. But this motherboard has a lot of fan headers. Like we've got one here, we've got one here, we've got one here, and here. So they still, if I want to, I can let the motherboard control it. But we do want those fans to spin at the same speed together. So otherwise, there's total different temperature zones, and they could theoretically spin at different speeds. So what I will do to keep my OCD happy, yeah, I'm gonna have to clean all this up later. This is just RGB. Do we have ARGB on this? We do have RGB, but I don't think it's ARGB. I don't think it's this compatible, right? They listed ASRock compatible, MSI compatible, and ASUS compatible, and we put it on a Gigabyte board.
Yeah.
It looks like they've lived.
What do you mean we? What do you mean we? You. And AC's drafting with another $50
Wow, very generous.
contribution.
Thank you, Aaron.
What a guy. Turn around. Take a look-see. Three $50.
Wow, holy smokes. Says,
What a
found
guy.
a new home, excited and glad to be here. I think he was just moving recently.
Oh.
So I'm glad to hear that that's working out for him. He can settle back down. Moving is always so disruptive
Well, thank
to
you
life.
for that generous.
Yeah, and it's expensive. So for him to contribute
Yeah.
during a move, I mean, that's very, very
So
thoughtful.
then, have you got the two front radiator fans plugged in, or no?
No, not yet. So those cables for those fans, didn't really think that one through when I put it in, did I? They're back here. I need to take those wire ties off so I have some slack to work with. Slackers. So it looks like, wow, that is a long RGB. It's just for RGB, that's all it is.
Ah.
So that one would plug into this one. Can people see that? And then it's got, this will plug into the next one.
Okay.
If I can figure out how I'm gonna get that other cable.
Forceps.
Might have to come at it from the other side here.
I hear none of the squirrel calling us. Why did you put me in the other room, you bad boys?
He's still being distracted. He's not even in the room.
Where do you need
Damn
that through?
squirrel.
Anything? Yeah.
Yeah, I want it to come through the same area.
Down there.
Yeah. Got it. Pull that through until you grab all the slack. And there should be two more cables. So now that one cable, again, it's the other RGB.
Okay.
Look at all this fun cable management I'm going to have to do on a case that won't allow me to hide any of it. That is a very,
'Cause there's
very
two-
long cable. Look at this.
Because they're two glass panels, yeah.
It's a little excessive, I think, from Silverstone to make this cable this long. But these all just plug into what we call a serial connection. One plugs into the other one, then it gives you another, and you can just keep going and going and going. So at some point, you're just going to have one you don't hook up, and then when you do. And that's going to go to whatever you're using to control your RGB, which at this point right now, because the motherboard's not supporting it, there should be over here a little button. I think it's in a plastic bag. Yeah, this is the button. And this, if you're not using software to control your RGB because you're in an incompatible motherboard, this has a plus and minus, and then the M button, and then it's got a 4-pin connector here that would essentially go to this extra one will go here, and then this is going to be voltage to the CPU, to the power supply, not the CPU. And sure enough, there's our SATA connector as predicted, and the 2 pins go into this side. And then this, what else you got? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I'm not touching that. This should be all we need, I think. You're definitely getting into twice as much cable management if you want to go with RGB on your builds. So don't bite off more than you're willing to choose, all I'm saying. Be prepared for whatever it is you're deciding what the consequences of those decisions are, which is more money, more work, more cable management. Okay, fans are now lit up. Now I have to give them power. So back in here we should have, yeah. One power cable. I'll tell you what, give me that fan splitter. No, you know what? I'm not going to use a fan splitter. I'm going to plug it into the motherboard. To heck with it. We'll plug this one in. I'm trying to think where I can hide these cables the most. Is this the top fan or the bottom fan? I guess it doesn't matter. We'll use that fan header down at the bottom. So if we're going to do that, I guess I can bring it around like that. Not sure I'm going to keep it this way. We'll see what happens. That one will go there. And then the other one, I don't need that light. Thank you, though. This one will go, let's see. If you would grab that, yep, pull that through. To where? Right here. Because I have a system fan header right there we can plug into. And I still have 2 more fan headers on this board. So GIGABYTE, is there 2 more? There's one up in the top corner. There's a couple different LED connectors that might be compatible, but just to keep the video moving, we're ready to fire this thing up. I should be able to control the RGB. We should have power to the pump. I think there's a power cable there. One of the cables is should be a 3-pin fan to like a SATA connector. Oh, they made it Molex. Interesting. So the reason they include this is that you could plug the pump into this adapter and then use the Molex connector directly to power from the power supply. Like I said, we don't want this power to fluctuate. We want this to be a solid 12 volts constantly. Normally, a CPU fan would speed up and slow down according to the voltage. So on this header right here, if we go into the BIOS, it's something we can tell the BIOS is to say this is a pump. Okay. And that's why it's an option in the BIOS. So let's turn it on. You ready? I think we're good to go.
You got a power cord, right?
I've got a power cord here Make sure the switch is in the off position. We'll plug that in here. I need a keyboard and a mouse.
HDMI cable.
So, and an HDMI cable. I will get that in just a moment. There's the keyboard.
I'll do it.
You do that, I'll do this. Thank you.
Right up here.
Geez, imagine how much longer this would have taken if I didn't already have the motherboard prepped.
Yeah.
It's no wonder the other one took me 5 months.
Turn this doodad on.
I did turn it on.
Oh,
Switch should go.
to the left.
No, that's turning it off. Turning it on would go that.
Yeah, there's the light.
Perfect.
Aziz light. Okay.
Okay, we did that one already.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, we'll flip the switch on. The light.
And put us in the corner.
I can put this here. I can put this little piece back on it.
Nobody puts baby in the corner. What movie?
Oh, I took both of them off. Didn't
Yeah.
I? I don't know. Did I see that movie?
Dirty Dancing.
It says that in Dirty Dancing.
Patrick Swayze.
What was that in reference to?
I don't know.
I need the other plastic vent, please. It's just for looks, but I thought, if we're gonna fire it up, let's make it look good. All right, are we gonna do this thing or what? How long we've been live? 3.5 hours? Holy smokes, man. Yeah, look at this. AC's Drafting contributed $10, then $50, then $50, and then $50. A total of $160. Thank you so much, Aaron. I really appreciate that. Let's put ourselves in a little corner here and turn on camera 2 input. Move that a little bit like that. I guess we can make ourselves a little bigger so people can see the computer light up or catch fire.
Or blow up. So now
You
that's
ready?
now that's entertainment. Yeah.
Are you ready?
You do the honors on this one.
When's the last time
Because
you've
I
done
want to
one?
stand behind you.
I'm not going to offer you much protection. I'm not big enough. Here we go.
Nice.
Okay.
What about the front fans?
I'll have to turn around and look.
That was fast.
Is it already up?
Yeah. Wow, that was fast.
All right,
Well, it's a 9900K.
Okay. Okay.
Okay? Okay.
Okay. I got to turn lights out so you can see this. The cameras just don't show the lights very well unless they're in a dark room. So let's accommodate for that.
Give Frankie B a shout out.
Oh, look at this. Frankie B with a $100 contribution.
Frankie B, the man.
Frankie says here's something for the channel and your hard work. Right on. Thank you, Frankie. Let me show the
Zoom
close-ups
in,
on this. Yeah. Let me come around so I can use the camera. You know what? Do me a favor. Hit Control F on the keyboard on your right.
Control F.
Thank you.
Look at that. Ooh.
And do me a favor. Rotate so we can see the fans on the front.
In the front?
Yeah, it's going to tug on the cables a little bit. As long as you don't knock anything off the counter.
I don't know whether I dare go.
It's this. I see what's called.
I'm okay now, right? Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, unfortunately, you can only see the one, but...
Well, if you're looking down at it.
yeah.
Yeah, I wish it could have gone a little higher. That's as
Higher,
high
but-
up as I could get it. And then go ahead and rotate it back to the right or your left. You can see the top of the power supply fan.
Yeah. Right there. That's lit. That's beautiful RGB RAM.
And of course, we still have plastic over the canopy windows. And when we
right.
take the plastic off, it'll be
Yeah.
a little more transparent. We're all about transparency here on the channel. So I want to go into the BIOS. I want to make sure that that pump is set you know, that we set the BIOS to tell it that there's a pump connected to the CPU fan. And the colors are very muted here. I have to really zoom it in for you to see those colors properly, the way Mitch and I are looking at them right now. That's a little more color accurate right now.
Yeah.
Who would have thought that Silverstone's cooler design would be so similar to the G.SKILLTridentZRoyal Z RAM design in that muted crystal-like RGB? I had no idea. And if I pan the camera down a bit towards that power supply, do me a favor, Mitch, and just tilt the case so we can see the top of that power supply a little better.
That's lit too.
Yeah, and if I hit the button back here, there's a button right here.
Ooh. Red, definitely red. That's off.
You like red?
Yeah.
Is it gonna stay red? It's changing. Oh, it's breathing, okay. And green, blue. Is there another red? If I hold the button in, it looks like it's steady. I guess that turns off the RGB. Maybe that's all it does. Three hours later.
Yeah. That's kind of cool too. Big red.
So pushing the button twice quickly looks like it's keeping it red without cycling it. I don't know, I probably have to read the directions on that one. All right, thank you, Mitch. So let's go into the BIOS, and we'll just set that to be a water block, and then we'll run Prime 95 and see how well it's cooling. How's that sound? And then we'll wrap it up and go get some chicken wings.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't need these. So to do this, I'm gonna need to go to, tell you what, let's turn off camera 1 so everybody can see the desktop. Now you and I can see the desktop. I'm going to have it go right into the BIOS, in case you're wondering why I picked recovery. Troubleshoot, advanced, UEFI firmware. Now when it restarts, it's going to go right into the BIOS. Mm-hmm. So I guess all these other screws here are extras, huh?
That was quick.
Holy smokes, it's already there. Okay, so you see it says CPU fan, and you see the RPMs are moving?
And we'll check our BIOS is F9M, is it Mitch?
And that's a Z390M gaming. So we can see what the latest BIOS is.
F9M.
What we would do, we can turn XMP on, I'm sure that's fine. Just click it once, that's it. And then we go to advanced mode, and we'll go to, is it under smart fan? It says CPU fan speed control. We want it on full speed always. That's effectively, we'll just put it on voltage. Well, this is the fan control mode. We definitely want CPU fan stop to be disabled. And this is for the input of the CPU fan header on the board. And we can put a warning if the CPU gets too hot. And that's really chilly. 24 degrees Celsius is...
And then CPU fan fail warning, you want that enabled? It's disabled right now. Below, right there.
It's not going to measure it because we have a water block, a water pump.
Okay.
But usually there's an option in here to select that it's a water pump, but they're not specifying it in this BIOS for some reason, unless it's located somewhere else. Well, I will have it alert if the CPU gets too
Right.
hot. That would suggest the pump isn't working, more so than having it.
Yep.
System info. So
Recognizes our SSD, our NVMe. Yep.
We'll do save and exit. And those are the changes that we just made. It's confirming what it was, and then the right arrow is what it is now. From that to that.
Okay.
You want to make those changes? I do want to save those changes. We're going to reboot. We're going to run Prime 95.
Watch how fast this goes in.
If it ever restarts. I turn that XMP on. I found when you turn XMP on, it can slow down the initial boot time because it's like every time you turn the computer on with many motherboards with XMP, it like checks it every time to see that it can grab that higher speed, that extreme memory profile. And with that, I should have a flash drive here that, unless I left Prime 95. Oh, I left Prime 95 on there. So we'll bring up the hardware monitor and we'll start that. And we'll keep an eye on these temps. Boy, 27, 26, that's unheard of. And then we'll go to Prime 95 and we'll start that. Run it on all 16. What did we say this chip was?
9900K.
Oh, it's a 9900K. I was going to say the 10900K is 10 cores, 20 threads. So I thought, where's my other 4 threads? But okay. So we're going to start that up, and I can close the folder here, and we'll put this window on top, and I will start my stopwatch on my phone. And we'll let that run a good 20 minutes, and we'll see if any of these temps on the right ever exceed 85. I don't think we're going to even get close to it. So the left is our current temp, the middle is our lowest temp, and the right is our highest recorded temp since we started running the monitoring software. And now I'm going to go back to camera 1 so people can see us, and we'll address any questions our viewers may have in the chat room. And I'll put camera 2. I'm going to do the opposite. We'll put camera 2 in a window. And we'll just keep an eye on that. I guess this would make more sense if I move that to the left. I can't read it, it's too small. So folks in the chat, if anything exciting happens, please let us know. In the meantime, Mitch, you can come in a little closer.
And chat, if you look up for us, GIGABYTE Z390 M gaming motherboard, we found out in the BIOS that currently it was F9M. Is there a new one, or is that the current one?
Putting the viewers to work. We like to make everybody feel included here.
Yes.
So get to work.
Pretty. AC drafting with another $5.
Hey, thank you again, Aaron. Thank you so much. How do I put that right there?
Yeah. You can always check real quick, right? Go on the internet and see with that motherboard, with that BIOS.
Yeah, let's do that now. It's
GIGABYTE Z390 M gaming.
It says the latest BIOS for this board is F9M. That's what we have.
Yep.
That was released January 19th, 2021, so I guess it wasn't that long ago I had the system powered on. Or I had the motherboard apparently powered on.
Good, good.
Craig Lewis with a 2-pound contribution says, thanks for a great show from Wales in the UK.
UK. How's the weather there, Craig?
I love the Welsh accent. Yeah. I could listen to somebody read me the ingredients of a package of food in Welsh, and I would just be, please keep talking. It's a lovely accent. Why did I choose the blended test? I always run the same test, William, every single time so that there is consistency in the testing. So the blended test is going to test a lot of the RAM, a lot of the CPU. It's a nice sort of mixture of everything together. And every time, every single time I run Prime 95, I run the same version with the default settings. If I keep changing it to different tests, then it's not fair to compare one against another. You know, especially if we're looking at cooling, right? Because different tests may stress the CPU in different ways. So no matter whatever way you're going to test, if you're going to compare it against somebody else, it's important you run the same test with the same settings, the same amount of time. Otherwise, the test results are data, but what good is the data with nothing to really truly compare it to? So we've gone almost 5 minutes now since I started the timer on the phone. Remember, I started the timer after we started the test. So the test will actually be running a little bit longer than the time on the timer. There was a few contributions I've missed here. Let's see. Susan Harris contributed $5 and wants to know, is a Samsung 870 EVO 2.5-inch 2 terabyte internal solid state storage for $210 a good buy? In general, paying $100 or less for 1 terabyte is a good deal. Samsung, you will pay a little bit more for. I would still look for that price to be under $200, but $10 is really, what is that, 5%? So I wouldn't let that stop me from buying if it's something you need. So for a Samsung drive, it's a good price, but if it's another brand, you should be paying less. You could probably get it down to $180 if you buy another brand like ADATA or Team or Silicon Power.
Are they tough to find, or are they pretty well stocked?
They're well stocked, but that Samsung is going to be a little bit more than other brands. Yeah. But you can get it. You can get a terabyte under $100 from other brands. And you will find Samsung on sale also if you just watch for sales.
Yeah, you just got to watch your sales.
But for $10, you know, the sale's not going to save you much, maybe $10 or $20. And thank you for the contribution and the question, Susan. Stan Aristoff with 79 pence. And again, with £4.99, he says, no need for thermal paste. The ice block will keep it cool. And then we have those contributions, numerous ones from AC's Drafting, and again from Craig Lewis there in Wales.
Well, what do you think, guys? I think it was a nice build.
Yeah, how are we doing on our test? I'm not even looking at it now.
Coming up on about 8 minutos. Mm-hmm.
Looks like,
65.
Yeah, 65 is the highest it's gone.
Chili. Mm-hmm. Speaking of chili, I want chili on my wings.
And look, we're hitting 5 gigahertz on here. I think. What does this go to? 5 point? Is it just 5 or 5.1?
I forget.
But we're hitting 5. It's like you're going to notice a difference between 5 and 5.1 using it. Not likely. I'd have to look at the specs. I can't remember anymore. My brain is overloaded with information. Like where I'm going to get some wings.
James says, I think it's a fantastic build. Of course, because I
It's a
built
lot-
it. I
it's a
mean,
lot-
we built it.
It's a lot lighter than the full-size one, I'll tell you that. I do wish I could raise that fan up higher.
Yeah.
But that's it. I mean, there's nothing else I can do.
Yeah.
The only other thing would be to put the fans on the other side, but then, you know, then you'd have all the light coming in from the window rather than from the front, and then that would make that window pointless.
Yeah.
Again, if you have any questions, we're running in about 9 minutes of this test. We'll let it run the full 20, and then Mitch and I are going to wrap it up and have dinner. So if you guys have any questions, let me know. Mike Ladd confirms the 9900K maximum speed turbo is 5 gigahertz, which is, we're actually exceeding that a little bit, but they always round it. So we're right where we should be. William Lynn said, wings sound so good right now. Those poor chickens never had a chance.
And their wings.
Frank wants to know, Frank Jimmy wants to know, why do I tap on the thermal compound?
Because he likes it. No, it creates ridges and bumps. So then when you smoosh it, it'll smoosh out. You like that technical term? It'll smoosh out and make it.
So there's no air bubbles.
Yeah, no air bubbles. Very nice.
There's some people that say, you know, if you smear your thermal compound, look, it creates air bubbles. Well, first of all, it's not an airtight system, and air bubbles don't matter. Secondly, when the thermal compound heats up, it becomes more viscous, and so air bubbles may be introduced into the system or may be pushed out as the compound heats up and expands. But people don't listen. So I figure, okay, if they're not going to listen, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just tap on the thermal compound. I'm going to tap on it and make little ridges on it, so when you push the heatsink down, it smushes it out and prevents those air bubbles. But the guy who demonstrated that on YouTube, it was a video that a lot of people pointed to. It was done incorrectly because he never heated the thermal compound up, and he used a piece of glass, which is very porous, and he did not apply it with the proper amount of pressure, which is required. You know, he just pushed a piece of glass down. That's not how, you can't just grab anything and use it as a heat sink. It has to have a certain amount of like Newton meters or whatever it's called of pressure. And Gamers Nexus is a great resource where they mention pressure testing, and they're not talking about air pressure. They're talking about the amount of pressure being pushed down onto the top of the CPU. That's why you see me tighten those screws down on the CPU heat sinks or water blocks. You want that to be completely level, and if it's not touching enough, it won't transfer heat. If it's touching too much, it often won't sit flat, and you can't see if it's flat. You'll just know your temperatures are skyrocketing. And I had a video where somebody brought me a computer, and it had like an H110 or 115 Corsair 240 millimeter liquid cooler on it, and the temps were crazy high, but you could feel if you feel these hoses, you can feel them vibrate a little bit from the fluid moving through them. And I could feel that. So his pump was working, but his temps were really getting high. Like Prime.net E5 would scale to a really high temp almost immediately. So I knew it must not be seating flat against CPU. So when I took it off and I looked at the thermal compound, it still had the factory pattern on the thermal compound on like 3/4 of it.
It had never
So it was
seated.
sitting like that, crooked. And you couldn't tell. But when you took it off and you noticed the thermal compound was still factory, it had the little design on it. And I couldn't get it to sit flush. I reseated that like 2 or 3 times and then take it back off and look, and the thermal compound remained untouched. So I think he had the wrong back plate. and we ended up just putting a different cooler on it altogether, and then everything was fine.
And you think a good all-in-one like this would, I won't hold you to it, but will last about 4 years?
I'd say 4 to 6
if
years.
you're not pushing it, you're not
4 to 6
overclocking.
years is the average. Some people might last 10 years. Other people might last 2.
2, right.
So in general, if we say 4 to 6, we go to the middle, we say 5. Expect to replace that every 5 years, even if for no other reason than the liquid inside starts to become jelly, or it can get build up inside of it, and you can't see it.
Right.
It could get gummed up, and it just may be less fluid, so it's not moving. And the radiator can get plugged up, and it's a sealed system. It's not repairable. If you go with an air cooler, it's something you don't have to worry about. You know, worst case scenario, you got to
Replace a fan.
or maybe take it off to reapply the thermal material that may dry out, which is still going to happen on this too.
Right.
This isn't really something someone should consider if you want a long-term computer.
Yeah.
These are for people who are always upgrading every two or three years, right? So they're always going to keep changing out. If you're somebody who wants to buy a computer and have it for 8 or 10 years, stay away from parts that have sort of a built-in obsolescence, like a water pump.
Right.
Nobody wants to overclock a machine so they can have it for 8 years. They want to overclock a machine so that the numbers look impressive to people that are maybe their friends or people online, and you're not going to be able to impress anybody with a 4-year-old overclock, right? So you're going to be replacing your parts, if that's your thing, to constantly get newer, higher overclocks from newer CPUs that have different ceilings. And to do those higher temps, you need you get higher frequencies, you get higher temperatures, which air cooling can be very difficult to cool, which requires the water cooler. In this case, even though we have an overclockable chip on an overclockable board with a liquid cooler, this was not designed to be overclocked. I did not build it for that purpose. I built it for the looks.
Right.
Putting a tower cooler on a case like this blocks out your view of everything else. And so this was purely used for aesthetic reasons only. And the reason it's got a 9900K and not a Core i3 or i5 is it doesn't make sense for me to put a small engine in a fancy sports car. This case is like a fancy sports car, and the engine is that Core i9 9900K. It's sort of, if I pulled up in a Ferrari and it sounded like a lawnmower, you know, if it was, you'd be like, well, why would you do that? It seems wrong on many levels. It's not paired well. Like wine and cheese. Where are we at on the clock? 15 minutes?
Coming up on 16,
And let me see our temps. Since we go full screen here and take a look. So far we've hit, we haven't even hit 70. We're at 67. So I don't know how Silverstone is doing this, but their coolers perform really, really well.
When I think of what you went through on that big helicopter for that cable management,
I still have kept up at night. I have night terrors.
You vowed never again. You're like, never, ever.
Yeah, this RGB is a lot more control. As far as the cable management, it's not so intimidating. I do have many more cables I have to manage, right? Because we have 2 cables for each front fan instead of 1 cable for each front fan. In addition to all the cabling going to the water block, but anytime you use a liquid cooler, you're going to have to at least provide power, and typically there'll be either a USB connection, you know, depending on if there's software available from the manufacturer. I don't believe there's no USB connection on this, so there's no software to download from Silverstone. Right. Like with NZXT, we're able to get the spinning cube on that liquid cooler, which requires a USB connection from the pump, which is another cable that has to be managed. And then we have to download NZXT software, which also has to be updated, right? They can't just come out with one version and leave it, because eventually you'll have a Windows update that breaks and you'll scream and yell at curse at Microsoft when it's the third-party software manufacturer causing the crash. Now, thankfully, I've seen the NZXT software at boot up. If I'm connected to the internet, it says, hey, there's an update, and it just puts it on. Which, again, I don't think people should be given a choice. I think these updates for home users should be forced. Too many home users just don't know enough about security to understand the risk they're putting themselves in. And that's my opinion. But I shouldn't complain. I should tell people not to get their updates so I can get more work. I'm a terrible businessman. I don't want people to have problems, even though it's my career to solve their problems. It's not a good business.
No.
You want people to have problems if their job is fixing their problems, right?
Yeah.
I'm just terrible. Planet Cryos contributes again $1.99. Thank you again, Planet Cryos. What's that from, Cryos? Is that a Doctor Who thing?
Got me.
It's a reference to something I should know. Google is your friend.
Yeah.
Cryos Machina is also known as the Jewel of Metal Kind. It's a planet located within the Miras galaxy. Exoplanet Cryos. Lego ideas. Life is evolved underground in a layer of water between the hot core and the frozen crust. Ooh, sounds like a pizza from the grocery store, cooked in a microwave. Hot Pockets.
There's our 20 minutes.
We're at 20 minutes?
Yep.
Well, not yet. But by the time I click over there. Oh, what happened? We fell asleep. We've hit 80. We've maxed at 80. That's a little hotter than I thought it would get, but I mean,
yeah.
I don't think I've seen that on a tower cooler staying that low after 20 minutes on a 9900K.
Watch those come down the second he hits stop.
Mm-hmm. So let me go back to full screen on the desktop so everybody can see it. Yeah, when I stop so I have to tell it twice. I go to test and then stop, but it hasn't stopped yet until I click OK here. And as soon as I click OK, watch the temperatures here on the left, which are currently at 77. We're in the mid 70s. And immediately, this is how fast the CPU gets hot and why cooling is so important. As soon as I click OK, it immediately stops, so the temperatures immediately drop. Immediately. Did you blink?
Yeah.
It's half of what it was. And this liquid cooler, the thing about a liquid cooler is the liquid stays hotter longer after the machine is off than just an air cooler. Not that that's a terrible thing, but just be aware that it will retain heat longer after the machine is off. And if you turn the machine off when it's at a highest point of temperature without allowing it a minute to cool off, it's just going to sit there baking your CPU. So I always suggest if you're using a liquid cooler, just like a car, don't turn the engine off while you're revving it at the same time. Let the engine come back to an idle and then shut it off. Probably don't have to, but as a person that understands how it works, it makes me cringe thinking doing that to an engine. So that we'll exit the software, and once again, that won't even exit it. Oh yeah, it does. I was gonna say, usually it leaves it down in the system tray. Something coming up with here, app and browser control, we'll turn that on, yes. And very quickly, we could run, bring up the Samsung Magician. If there's any updates, there'll be a big capital N down here. Mm-hmm. We can go to Performance Benchmark. And got the right drive selected. Our serial number is there. Hit start, and we'll just get some read and write speeds here.
Sure. And
then we'll wrap it up. See what we've got. And in the meantime, while that's running, let me look over here at the chat. Planet Cryos contributes $5. He says, I thought this was a unique name for my channel. from a far world. Is that a real planet? Or is it science fiction? Because an exoplanet sounds like a scientific name for a actual type of planet. So it might exist, I don't know. Currently we have 428 people watching. My thanks go out to Planet Cryos for all of your contributions, as well as AC Drafting and Frankie B. Thank you guys so much. And of course, Craig Lewis and Susan Harris, Stan Haristov, and Alex Poig, as well as XRod666, Captain Binsky, or Blansky. I can't see it that. Can you read that? No, well, you're cheating. You're going up to the screen.
Blinsky.
Blinsky?
Yeah.
Thank you to Henrik Johnson, Jared Blackmore, Nevermore, and Samuel Ramos. Anybody who contributed before that, I can't see anything past that, but I certainly appreciate all of your support.
Thanks for tuning in. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Interesting build.
What'd you think?
I like it.
Yeah. Would you have that at your house, or is it?
Oh, definitely not.
So when you say you like it,
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
I'm not somebody who doesn't like cats. As long as somebody else owns them, I'm okay with them. But I wouldn't want one.
I'm all about the air cooled.
Our read and write speeds are pretty much maxing out.
Okay.
PCIe Gen 3x4. We're looking at 3558 megabytes, not megabits, megabytes per second. 3293 on the writes is very, very good. And then we have our random, I don't really care about these, honestly. I just like to see what the maximum and the best case scenario is.
All right.
So yeah, numbers here, reads, writes, everything's perfect, running like it should. We'll shut this down. You can see the hard drive light blinking on and off up there. It's working. Shut her down, and you'll see how fast that goes off. And then we can go back over to camera 1.
Should we turn on some lights?
Yeah, let's go ahead and turn some lights back on. See if Mitch can figure that out. What about the other one, Mitch, on the wall? You know, sometimes, you think of a line, and you're like, I should have thought of that back then. Someone called the wall a bulkhead. And I was confused. Like, they said, what's with the switches on the bulkhead? Like, bulkhead?
Yeah.
What bulkhead?
What are we in the Navy?
And they said, well, that's what they call walls. I'm like, well, do they refer to the great bulkhead of China?
Right.
That's what I wish I had thought of.
Yeah.
So let's pretend I was that quick-witted.
Sharp as a bowling ball. Okay.
That's right. Let me just turn that this way. So we're going to do off camera, I didn't even realize, I didn't even play with this at all.
Oh, well, that's okay.
Well, no, let me just turn it on and play with it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do the cable management off camera. Let me stand over here. Oh, this even has a little green light on it. And I'll also look to see if any of those RGB headers on the board are compatible. I'm just not sure, and I just wanted to get the video done. But I think if let's see, if I hit M, what does that do? It's changing the color up here. It shows it being red. But I don't see it changing here. Oh, is it changing the front fans? No. Oh, that's changing it.
That's changing it, yeah.
And it's changing it on the block too.
Yep. Green, blue, multicolor.
It's breathing.
Yeah.
That's just okay. It's like a Christmas tree now. So what's the M do? I don't know. I must obey. Oh, that's freaky.
Yeah, I don't like that. Waving bye-bye.
Up and down seems to be speeding it up and slowing it down. That's interesting. can't seem to get it out of that blinking mode. I don't know how I did that. There it goes. And then it's back to that sort of default color shift pattern. And if I tap the power button again, it should just cycle right off. I hope. Doesn't make a liar out of me. But that's, you would use this if you didn't have the software to control it. Okay, well, thank you all for watching. Thanks to all my friends in blue for keeping it civil in the chat room today. We had a good live stream. We went about a little over 4 hours today.
Yep.
That's a good amount of time. Let me see if I can stand. Where can I stand where we can see? There, now we're like the same height.
Okay.
Folks who aren't yet blue, the way you get to be blue is just keep showing up, keep being friendly in the chat room, and when I acknowledge that I'm seeing you, I'm recognizing your name, and you seem like a very positive, supportive, and kind person, I would like to turn you blue. I'd like this whole room to be blue if possible. But that's not within my ability to control people's behaviors. My thanks to the folks in blue for again, your friendship and for keeping, watching my back here while I'm distracted. And, you know, squirrel was gone. So that allowed me to focus on getting the cooler installed. Thank you to Silverstone for sending the cooler. And
with any luck, we'll have some other unique builds coming up. Yeah. Little teaser, yeah.
Maybe a little Xenos
build, maybe.
Maybe
Choo-choo.
a little
Choo-choo.
Bring the little train back out.
Yeah.
Maybe an abacus. We're going old school retro.
A Ouija board, then, definitely.
You have to be an abacus with RGB.
Okay.
Thank you guys so much for watching. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed today's build. I should be back maybe Sunday, not sure. Monday, I don't know either. Monday, I've got the Mustang has a doctor's appointment. I might be there for a while. I don't know. It's fine. It's just, right. It's time for a good head-to-toe checkup. Might take a while. Tuesday, for sure. A lot of people like to know, when am I going live? I'm trying to make it at this point, I'm running 3 different jobs. And the first 2 jobs that I have are my job as a computer technician helping my clients, and now YouTube has become a job. And I'm trying to spend more time with YouTube and less time with the actual clients because there just hasn't been a whole lot of client work. Sometimes people get confused when I say things have slowed down, where they think I run one business, and I guess I need to make more point of referencing that the client side of stuff has slowed down, but the YouTube side of thing is ramped up. So there's a lot of work I have to do here that's YouTube related, and because of that, I can now commit to every Friday at 1 o'clock. You can expect me to be live, and then because it's still not the only job I have, I never quite know when I have an opportunity to go live, but I always have stuff to go live about. So I always go live as time permits, but as far as any set schedule, this is the first time really this last month or so that I've been able to say Fridays at 1 o'clock. Even Mike Smith and myself are having a difficult time trying to get, you know, Tech Bets every Wednesday. Now it looks like it's going to be every other Wednesday. That's not a job. We don't make any money from that. This generates revenue, so I'm going to start dedicating days and times when you can count on me to be live instead of wondering when's it going to be. I don't know, but it's going to start with 1 day a week, Friday at 1 o'clock, and if that goes well, then I should be able to expand it to another day at another time, and that should become my regular schedule over time. So it's just a matter of transitioning away from spending more time on the one job and take away that time to focus it on the other job. And it's slow transition. So thanks again. Thanks for understanding. Thanks for watching. I will see you all again very, very soon.
And until then,
bye for now.
Bye for now.
Now, do you know how to select an outro?
I do not. No.
Well, you won't use that keyboard or that mouse. You're going to use that mouse. And then if you look in that list, and everything
Yeah.
that says intro, if you scroll up,
Oh, how about outro?
yeah, you can run that too.
This one?
Uh-huh. You got to click the eyeball.
Where's the eyeball? Oh, right there next to it.
There he goes.
Where are my short eyeballs?